Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the 7th round of the Prague Masters with me, my very good friend Harshit Bhai.
Hello Sagar Bhai, what a crazy exciting day we had. Even yesterday we had 5 draws, but the game between Prague and Shankland, which was actually the game of the day yesterday, was no short of so much drama and complications.
Absolutely. We are seeing that this tournament is heating up like crazy. We can have the standings of the Masters section for just everyone to get an idea that Prague and Arvind
Are 1
seem
point.
like they're running away with it with 3 rounds to go. Like 1 point ahead.
And look at the percentages to win. Like both
this
of
is-
them
yeah,
have
there you have. Now.
like 33 and 29. So they're completely dominating the tournament right now with 1 point lead. But don't forget that Anish is playing against Arvind today with the white pieces.
And Wei with Prague.
Yeah, so
Imagine
yeah.
that if both Wei and Anish today score wins, we will have 4 joint leaders.
We are going to have everyone at the top. And also, if Vincent or Liam win one of their games, that means that there will have 5 leaders at the top. So
my
anything
God.
can change today.
Yeah, this is actually very exciting. And in the challengers also, we have a big clash there because we have 2 leaders at the top. Nodirbek Yakuboyev, who is at the same point as Jonas Beer. And today, Salgado versus Nodirbek. I am going
that's
to
a big
be
clash.
looking forward to it. And Divya is playing Beer.
That's a big game for Divya because Beer is currently leading the tournament and is going to try to win against Divya with the black pieces because he knows Divya is struggling. But this is where Divya can get her chance and strike a big win.
Right, and we are about to begin. Let's go to the board of
Prague Way.
Prague Way. Yeah, that's a good board to go to and see what is the first move. Because Prague generally is meditating calmly. And there we have all the boards. Action coming up.
Oh, games have started already.
A big shout out to all the people in the chat. Badhiya, guys.
Yes, today is going to be exciting. We have a lot of moves already. Maybe we can go to a game where moves have been played.
I think we should go to Arvind Chidambaram and Anish Giri because I think this game is going to be today very exciting. Anish has had 6 draws out of 6 rounds. But today with white against Arvind.
I think this is the day for him to strike. Also, if he does, he's going to have great chances to win this tournament. And you know, Anish is someone who loves this. Who loves playing against Indian players. Even in Tata Steel, we saw he beat Pragnananda and also was on the verge of beating Gukesh.
Yeah, I think Anish really loves Indian food. I didn't know he loves playing Indian players.
Well, because he knows that whenever he beats an Indian talent, it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
We know how much fan following the Indian players have. And to beat any of the Indian players is going to mean a lot at this tournament. So, yeah, definitely a big game for Anish. And Knight C3, Bishop E7 played.
Yeah, Bishop E7. I was told by my trainers back in the day that if you put your knight out here, then the bishop will come and pin you after taking on d5 or directly. But if you start with bishop e7, suddenly white is wondering where to put the bishop. And if he brings the knight out first, you are very happy because then this knight sometimes has the option of coming out here, which is then gone.
Exactly. It's a bit more flexible than going knight f6 directly. But at the same time, when you go knight f6, bishop g5, you have this extra option of putting your bishop to b4. So Arvind gives that option off, but on the meantime, he restricts the white bishop from coming into g5. And I'm sure that both players have something cooked in this line.
By
Do
the
we
way,
have more moves?
guys, we will very soon be fixing the video camera. So you will see the footages from the venue of Anish and Arvind. CD, ED. Bishop f4 played, Harshit Bhai. Knight came out and pawn to e3.
Yeah, I mean, both players are playing super fast. Arvind has been one player who's been so well prepared in this tournament. But I don't think that against Anish, he can make any dubious opening choices because Anish is very well prepared.
Yeah, and Bishop f5. I was told that, yes, exactly. Queen to b3, suddenly that is attacked in the center, and it's a very risky position.
And he plays it.
Oh, he played Queen
Queen
B3.
B3 has been
Let's
played.
go.
Yeah, I mean, asking direct questions to black because the B7 pawn is hanging.
This is
Oh,
such
you
a
never want to
terrible
play
move.
B6.
Can
Yep.
we ask our viewers why this is a terrible move to save the pawn?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't think there is a tactic, but
There is no tactic. It's just a positional reason
Mm-hmm.
why this is not good. And Pepsi Cola says we are all here for chess, folks. Good vibes only.
Arey bhai,
Badhiya.
Pepsi Cola. I mean,
Nice.
he's also mixing both the things.
And guys, it's not knight b5 because knight b5 you can, I think, block knight a6.
But knight b5 is not a bad move.
It's not bad.
Actually, knight b5 it might be the best move in this position because knight a6 runs into queen a4.
Oh.
So Varshini actually finding a very good move.
Wow. In general, the point was that these light squares get weakened, but actually tactically also it might be a very strong.
Exactly. Varshini says, I am a chess player and then writes knight b5. If she wrote knight b5, then she wouldn't even have to write that she's a chess player.
Oh, by the way,
What?
bishop f5, it was not queen b3. Harshit bhai, it was queen a4. No. Bishop f5,
Just
queen
go
b3.
to live maybe. He's still thinking.
What a false alarm.
Yeah. Oops.
Knight came out to f3. Oh my god.
But what was happening actually? Very curious. What
I
was
think
the
knight
idea for
C6.
queen b3?
Knight c6.
And if
Queen
queen
takes
b7?
b7, knight b4.
Wow. Threatening rook b8, threatening knight c to check,
Yeah.
and black gets quick counterplay.
This is typical.
This is a very typical idea. However, I was expecting Anish to do this and maybe something like bishop b5 or even a3 now could have been interesting. But okay, he goes for knight to f3.
Yeah.
And now maybe at some point he wants to go knight h5 or just developing. Yeah.
Knight f3 seems like very, very, Maza, it doesn't feel very exciting. Like generally in such positions, you will see that you go h3 with the idea of g4. You play knight e2 to knight g3. Knight f3 seems like as if suddenly the white player doesn't know what to do and just made a normal developing move. But of course, far from it because Anish knows exactly what he's doing.
Absolutely. And it has made Arvind think, which was exactly the point of his preparation. He perhaps wants to go into a slightly rarer line, but have some idea prepared there. For example, c6,
Knight
he might
e5,
want to
knight
go
e5.
knight e5 or even knight h4 is interesting. And after bishop e6, go bishop d3 and try to jump with his knight to f5. If black goes g6, then that's already a concession because you weaken your dark squares. And although it is a common move, but now perhaps white can start with h3, g4 ideas and launch some sort of an attack.
Amazing.
So
I'm very excited for how this game will pan out. I think already Arvind has been put, like his prep has been put on the hold. He's now on his own on the board. And this is not a common thing we have noticed. Like Arvind is generally in his prep till move 20.
yeah, exactly. But he's playing against someone who's also one of the biggest opening experts.
Yeah.
And Anish is showing why he's known as one. Can we go to Prague versus Vei game?
Oh my god, this is this.
Dubov Tarash.
Yeah, Dubov Tarash. And I think a very...
It started with
I
this.
don't know what to say about this choice. I was going to say a dubious choice because of Dubov Tarash, but maybe it's a little too harsh.
No, it is very, very sound. This is a
No, it's very sound. But for Wei's tournament situation, where he is on 3 points, 1 point behind the leader, why do you want to play a line where there are forced draws?
Well, he's playing against Pragnananda, don't forget that, who's also perhaps one of the best players, and with the black pieces, a draw is a great result. I mean,
I understand, but you want to win the tournament, right?
well, it's also some reverse psychology.
Yeah,
he
he's
plays a
like,
solid line. And
Prague takes on c6. This is not the most common way to play.
yes, the main line usually goes with knight to b3, bishop to b4, short castles, and that's how usually the line continues.
Bhai, there is one more line. Bishop b6.
Ah, yes, bishop b6.
Bishop g5. Right? Or first you castle.
No, bishop g5.
First you castle.
Castles.
Bishop g5.
d4. Oh, sorry.
Bishop g5, d4.
Knight. No.
Yeah. Okay, maybe here it's... Wait.
No, one second. We are mixing it up.
But this is how there are games where you go knight a4. Maybe you start
Castles
with
d4. Exactly. Knight a4. Now you castles. Bishop g5. Rook
h6.
No, rook e8 is there.
But h6 also.
Rook e1. h6. Bishop f6, queen f6,
Take on
knight
b6.
b6, ab6, not that, ab6,
Take on c6.
bc6, queen d4.
And now an amazing move. Can we ask the chat?
Yes.
Guys, black to play. Very tough move. No one will find, I feel.
No, I think it.
No?
They might have seen it before, so.
Maybe.
c5 is possible.
Harsh Kumar
But
says bishop h3 and c5. These are the two moves.
But guys, we want to stop white from taking on f6 and doubling our own pawns.
Yeah.
So we definitely want to stop this. So that's why moves like bishop h3 and c5 are not the best.
It's a crazy move, actually, now that I think of it.
It is absolutely...
For first time when you see it, no one is finding it. Harshit bhai, you actually overestimated the chat.
The best move in this position, or the move that was found by Dubov, which made this variation very popular, queen back to d8. What is this move? Let me try to explain. It protects the pawn on b6, and now we are ready to go c5. If you take on d8, rook d8, black has unopposed control of the d file, because if you go rook to d1, you are going to lose the a2 pawn at some point, because after bishop e6, rook takes a2 is coming next. Of course, rook a2 now would be a great move for white, because rook d8 check and the bishop on c8 is hanging.
Nice.
So this is basically the nuance of this Dubov-Tarrasch line. None of this happened. Prague, instead of going knight b3, takes on c6.
Queen d8, 1 minute last, like, people have to appreciate such a nice move. Queen d8.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible.
Also, the thing is, no rook can come here because both these rooks are attacking here. So, yeah, this is beautiful. And now we go back, yes.
So after bishop c5, knight takes c6 was chosen by Prague, trying to get a different pawn structure. And now black, instead of having an isolated pawn, has these two, which sometimes are known as hanging pawns for black.
Yeah.
And they can be weaknesses, but at the same time, they do give black very good control over the center.
Yes.
So white instantly goes.
It feels like this is you and me in the commentary right now.
We can be very dangerous.
Yeah, it's just like I am right now playing supportive role. At some point, I will try to come up, then you will get weak, but then you will come ahead, and then slowly,
we will progress. Yes. Yeah. And in this position, one of the biggest goals of white is to exchange the dark squared bishop. Why do I say this? Is because once the dark squared bishops are exchanged, white is going to be able to put his knight on c5, which is going to be an amazing piece because it stops the c6 pawn from advancing to c5. And if the pawn stays on c6, it's a weakness.
True, I agree. And also this knight a4 is a very cool move. Bishop b6, I thought generally you want to keep this bishop so you go back here. But Wei is very clear that if you take, my c5 weakness is gone.
Yes, and now these pawns are very, very well connected.
We got third one. We will maybe some commentator to join.
And the rook on 8 also opens up.
Oh,
so
nice.
We are actually getting a lot of activity if this happens. And I think some of this happened. Like after knight a4, bishop b6, castles. And Prague takes knight takes b6.
Oh. And Wei is a little bit surprised there. He's thinking now. But I guess it's a...
For sure you take back with the a pawn, right? Because if queen takes, I thought queen... But this is also a line like queen b6, queen c2 and something like bishop a6 is also an interesting way to put it, because the queen sometimes puts pressure on the pawn on f2. The bishop is also eyeing on this diagonal. So I think queen b6, bishop a6 is also an interesting way to play it. After knight b6, Prague is currently thinking... Wei is thinking. And if ab6, maybe white wants to go something like b3, bishop b2 to put the bishop on this open diagonal, and then at some point even bring this rook from a1 to c1 could be very, very interesting. Oh, by the way, in Giri versus Arvind's game, knight f3, c6, and white does indeed go for knight to h4, attacking the bishop on f5 and forcing him to make a decision. Where will it go? g6, e6, e4, many options.
Yeah. And also, why is Anish Giri not to be seen ever at the board? He's making his moves and getting up quickly.
I think this was a psychological plan to make Arvind think from the beginning? Because always we've seen Arvind putting pressure on the clock on his opponents, but Anish wants to do the same technique. And now after knight h4, where will you go? Because let's say you go to g6, I will probably just capture at g6. White has 2 bishops.
Yeah.
And although your rook opened up
h3, h3.
Exactly, h3. At some point you will have to castle, and then white will be very happy about his position. Actually, even h4 might not be that crazy.
True.
So that after castles, I'm ready to go bishop d3, h5 and just go all in with my attack.
Just checkmate the opponent.
So Arvind is having a decision to make. I'm expecting bishop e6, seems to be very solid. And then I expect bishop d3. Trying to go here, and I think we were discussing this line, right? That
good position.
Black would probably need to go something like queen d7 or something, but
by the way, look at Prague's speed. Yeah, he is very quick. He plays his queen to c2 and attacks the
but
c6
actually,
pawn.
Wei is the one having more time.
Yeah, but somehow I feel now Wei will start to think, and Prague will go ahead.
This position has been seen a lot already, and it's known to be very solid for Black. So.
Has it been played many times?
Many times. c5 is an option for Black. Bishop d7 is an option for Black.
What about bishop b7? Is that also possible? Because
yes,
the idea is c5.
Of course, yeah. Bishop b7 also very typical. Maybe white can respond with something like rook d1. Because if you go c5, then I'm going to go bishop g5, and there your pawn on d5 looks a little weak.
Right.
But all of these are very, very possible replies for Black, and he's just trying to choose between one. He hasn't made a move yet. Oh, by the way, look at Navara Keimer game. Can we go there?
Yes.
What is this position? How did this happen?
This seems to have come from Queen's Gambit accepted. Oh no,
it was the
Semi-Slav.
Semi-Slav with c6, which Anand played very successfully in his 2008 World Championship against Kramnik. He won 2 games in this line. And after bishop g5, in e3 was the move that was played there, and after knight d7, this Mehran kind of a position happened in that World Championship. Bishop g5 chosen by Navara. Here Black has a few options. h6 is one, and then white can go back to h4 or capture on f6, and we get some very, very solid position like this, where white tries to play against the bishop on c8, because the bishop on c8 is currently blocked by its own pawns. However, after bishop g5, Vincent goes for the very solid knight d7. Is considered to be super solid. Doesn't want to go into the complications with dc4, e4, and you know how crazy this line can become, like b5, e5, attacking the knight on f6. The knight can't move because it's pinned. Then Black goes h6, trying to attack this bishop, and when the bishop goes back, again g5. So this is a crazy line, Botvinnik variation. Instead, Vincent, I think maybe Peter told him, okay, let's not go so crazy, let's just be solid. He goes knight d7, e3, queen a5 quickly played.
This is a very well-known line. It's known as the Cambridge Springs variation, queen a5. And there is a very famous trap which many people fall into here.
Okay.
Is there is a pin here which everyone can see. But what they forget is there is also an attack here. So when they go like bishop d3, many times Black comes here, and then white takes, and then sometimes, okay, it won't happen at very high level, but some players just move the knight, and then the queen comes like this and takes the bishop.
Yeah. Just to remind that in this position, white still has one way to save himself, and that is
like knight e5.
Exactly. And after knight e5, d5, I am blundering my pawn on e5 though.
Oh yes, that's terrible.
Yeah, how can white protect the bishop on g5? Maybe bishop f4?
Bishop f4 seems like a good move. Let's ask the chat. Oh,
yes.
Very alert, very alert. Queen d8. Also our chat, very quick finding.
Divyanshu, Fast Curious, Harsh Kumar, everyone finding, of course.
Too good, guys.
So this is a good trap that you should be aware of. I think also a good way to illustrate would be after a move like rook c1, where Black takes knight takes g5, knight takes g5, and d takes c4, and now the bishop on d3 and the knight on g5 are hanging. So that's a cool trap to remember.
I've been there actually in this. Really, it was very terrible. That's why it feels like as if
it feels personal.
Yeah, it's you don't see this plan if you are just starting out. So knight d2 is a very professional move.
And what's the point if dc4?
take on f6 and then take on
Oh, this happened.
c4.
All of this happened.
Yeah.
Knight f6,
And
knight takes c4.
so generally queen goes back, and now white will play g3 bishop g2 often and castle. There are famous games where white says to black, you have the bishop pair, but I have the strong center and nice pieces. But if you see in the game now, modern treatment, bishop d6, he's like, take my bishop, I don't want it. White is like, no, I will
f4.
try
Wow.
to clamp you.
He's cementing the square on e5 for his knight on c4.
Also, Harshit bhai, black is cramped. So the only way to unravel is through these breaks.
Yeah.
So by playing f4, you are taking away this break.
Castles, bishop d3, bishop e7.
Very, this is, I think, subtle.
Definitely, because now I feel like if black spends time like rook e8 after knight d6, queen d6, the bishop on c8 is really passive, and white can launch a very quick attack after castles, maybe swing the rook over from f3 to h3 and sacrifice on h7. Very, very possible.
Yeah.
Actually, you know this concept like rook f3, let's say b6, rook f3, bishop b7, rook h3. If black goes rook a d8, that's a big mistake.
Yeah, checkmate.
What's the move?
Bishop h7.
Exactly. Bishop h7, knight h7. The queen swings over to h5, and this is completely winning for white. So some attacking ideas here. So that's why black goes back bishop to e7 in this position.
And he's preparing the move c5. So earlier, perhaps knight would come and hit the bishop and queen. But because the bishop has gone back, now take. A little bit of worry because of this rook opposite the queen. But David goes king h1.
Just getting away from this pin on c, like this c5 e3 diagonal.
Yes, you can't take the pawn. The knight is defending it. Queen e7. And now e4 has been played. And you can see Vincent Keimer seems to be out of his prep.
But they've played 15 moves under like 10 minutes. So like both players have seen this position, and we might be actually heading towards some quick draw actually in this game. It's possible.
Could be. But let's see. There are some questions to answer here for Vincent first before a draw could be agreed upon. Let's look at a couple of other games. We have Nguyen versus Gurel. Now, Edis Gurel yesterday came to our studio. Amazing young guy. 5 draws out of 6 rounds, 1 loss. Playing his first ever super tournament at the age of 16. And today with white pieces against Van Nguyen, I think he will be like, let me be alert for my chances.
And you know, this happened, like the delayed bishop takes c6 that we saw between the game of Le Quang Liam and Vincent Keimer has happened again. Chosen by Edis, takes d3. And instead, I mean, in that game, white had castled long, but Edis decided.
I think it's a great thing for black, right? That white has already castled here. I guess black has nothing to worry.
Well, but also in that line, Vincent kind of proved that with this h6, f6 idea, completely preventing the advance, black was doing well. So knight d7 now, protecting the pawn on e5. Bishop e3, castles, knight e3, rook e8, a4 and b6 played by Nguyen. Trying to perhaps go for c5 or a5, keeping flexibility. But Edis seems to be really well prepared with 91 minutes on his clock. Yesterday, his trainer told us that he loves to put pressure on the clock as well.
Yeah, very interesting. And we have last game, which we haven't seen yet, is between Le Quang Liam and Shankland. We have a Najdorf here. Harshit bhai, your favorite opening is on the board.
Yes, I really love watching Najdorf.
Can we take it from the first move?
Yes.
So people know Najdorf is a favorite weapon of Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, and all these great attacking players. And also, Harshit bhai, you like it.
I really like it. White goes for this bishop e2 line, which is considered to be super positional.
Karpov used to play it.
Yes. And after e5, he used to go back knight b3, and white then later went bishop e3, castles, queen d2, rook d1. That was his idea. But instead, Shankland goes for e6, keeping flexibility and trying to perhaps go for d5. So some sort of a Paulson setup that we see here.
Also here, wasn't this move supposed to be pretty interesting?
It is possible. Black can also respond to d5 with this.
Wow.
So we reach a very interesting position after g4, d5. Usually, The main idea for g4 is after bishop e3, e6 and now g4. Because the bishop on f1 can swing over to g2. After going bishop e2, g4 is a bit less effective. So e6, castles.
I remember where g4, but it's a little pointless. But just for people to know, it is d6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, e6. And I think here.
Now g4 is the best move, exactly. The point being that the bishop on it's super important that our bishop is on f1 though. For whenever we go g4, because then we have flexibility of going rook g1 and bishop g2 and swing over our bishop on this diagonal. Because g4 is usually almost always responded with d5, and then e d5, knight d5, knight d5, or even first bishop g2, I guess. And white is just doing very, very well because he has quick development. Okay, we should stick to what happened. Knight c3, a6, bishop e2, e6, castles, bishop e7, f4, trying to perhaps go f5 or even bishop f3, g4, castles, king h1. I think we are seeing this idea of king h1 very often. We just get rid of all the like ideas of black on this diagonal and also get ready for going rook g1 and g4. Knight c6, a4.
Okay.
Trying to stop black from going b5, bishop d7, knight b3, doesn't want to trade pieces because if black trades the knight on d4, the bishop on d7 can already go to c6.
So first provoking bishop d7, then coming back, and now e5 played. Very interesting. I remember at some point I also saw Kasparov used to like go b6, queen c7, and then the bishop would get rerouted this way. Like for example,
bishop e3.
Some line like, let's say if g4 in such a position, this might not be such a stupid move.
Absolutely.
Because then you go this and put the bishop here.
Yeah.
So, but e5 by Shankland is losing a move, weakening this square, and Liam just plays his bishop out.
Yeah, which is a bit surprising for many of the viewers, right? Because black just went e6 and then went e5. But if you think about it, white himself went knight f3 to d4 and now he's back to b3. So white has also made two moves with the same piece, and I think that's what allows black to go e6 to e5. And I think that if white goes f5, trying to go for g4, g5, black might want to go knight b4 in this position and bishop c6, d5.
Okay, very cool. I think a interesting, exciting game here between Sam and Liam. But here we go to the game of Arvind and Anish, the battle of one of the leaders. Again, we see Arvind lonely on the board. It reminds me of this song, famous song.
Which one?
Lonely.
I am Mr. Lonely.
I have nobody.
You have me, Sagar Bhai.
I have, but Arvind, too lonely. Anish is not. Oh, there is Anish walking behind. And
he's ready to go knight f5 right now.
But he went, by the way, bishop g4, attacking the queen.
So he provoked queen c2 in a way. Very interesting. What's his idea? Because white anyways wanted to go to c2, so I'm a bit surprised. And also now h3 is going to come with a tempo. I'm a bit surprised by bishop g4, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm also surprised, but I also feel like the margin of error, or you can say not being accurate, is quite high in such positions. So it's not like black is already in a worse position or something. It seems normal.
Yes, but it's a culmination of these small mistakes that lead to a bigger advantage for white.
True.
So,
but let's imagine I go knight d7.
Okay, I go h3.
h3, bishop e6.
And maybe I can even consider pawn to g4. No, g4 I have to be afraid of knight
Your
g4.
knight will be... Can you show the viewer? Just take...
Knight takes g4. And now the bishop on e7 attacks the h4 knight, so white is losing a pawn. So g4 is not possible.
Knight f5, right?
Let's say knight f5.
I take.
You take?
Yeah.
Take.
And castle.
Yeah, but this looks scary, no? Let's say g4.
Yeah, in general, bishop b4, knight e4.
Black to play.
Oh.
Does anyone have any ideas?
Oh. I know what you did there. It's not that great.
Sorry?
It's not that
Because
great.
knight f6 check, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's still...
It was kind of trying to trap, right?
Yeah,
But it comes back.
knight to e4
Yes.
was my idea. And if knight takes e4, g6 now. And the queen is almost trapped on f5, which is completely insane.
And check.
So
You
knight
can take
f6
with
check is
knight.
the only move. And now I think you should take with the bishop.
But knight and then bishop before check.
Or yeah, take with the knight, queen comes back to c2,
check.
bishop before check, and
And
black
king
is
loses.
much better.
Nice. Nice.
So queen c2, and he's still thinking. So I guess knight d7 could be interesting.
Yeah. I just get this feeling, Harshit, today, seeing Arvind kind of struggling at the board and Anish being confident that this game is the one to watch out for. It might be the most critical game of today.
Well, absolutely, because if Anish wins, he moves on to 4 points.
Yeah.
And then he potentially might just be one of the leaders.
And we haven't seen Prague and Anish yet, right? Or that has happened. It's sometimes, you have this tournament going on and you kind of start to think, has this game happened before?
No, I don't think it has, but maybe we are wrong.
So Prague and Anish is last round.
Oh my god. So if Anish wins this, he sets himself very well in a position that he can win the last round and the championship. Yeah. So this is a huge game.
Anish is like this guy who is like slow, draw, and then suddenly comes and beats the leaders.
Well, it's someone who does well in the last 3 rounds usually that goes on to win the tournament. It's always about the finish of the event. So,
True.
no, I mean, like, because someone, for example, Vincent started with 2 wins, but then suddenly he lost 2 games and he's only at 50% now.
Can we ask our viewers what they think about this game between Arvind and Anish?
Yes.
Because I think it's an important matchup. What do you guys think? Do you think that today Anish will be able to outwit Arvind? Or it's too early?
We
You
see
think
one
so?
yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
a nod. Yeah, you think so. What about you guys? No? Oh,
Arvind.
draw, yeah? Safe. Draw is a safe
Safe is a
bet.
diplomatic answer. We need some drama.
With Geary playing, you can draw is always the safe bet.
Yeah, with Anish playing, of course, he is very solid. But I guess Anish in this particular event has been trying his best to push, like in games. But today might be the one where because
Yeah,
he's
but
white
for
and-
example, yesterday, or like before the rest day when he was playing against Guan, I think he had a very good chance because his opponent went for this queen a5 check and then queen c7 back. And I do think that was definitely a game for Anish.
Yeah.
to-
Which Anish did not get, had got a nice position out of the opening.
Yeah.
Correct. By the way, let's look at Prague's game because Wei has been very quick. After queen c2, he defended the pawn and Prague plays a4. And my feeling in general is that for Prague to win this will be tough. But also, on the other hand, he was under no pressure.
Yeah, I don't think Prague is at all going to be in trouble in this line because he has 2 bishops. He can always go bishop g5, take on f6 and just simplify the position into a very equal sort of an endgame. And right now, I think after a4, he might even want to consider pawn to b4 and potentially try to make a passed pawn with a5. So I think that's what he wants to do right now with the move a4, go b4 and a5 at some point.
Right, and also then with b4, you are setting up your bishop on this beautiful diagonal.
Yeah, even queen c3, like bishop b2, queen c3, and you can even set up a battery towards the g7 pawn, and
Yeah.
that's potentially a very strong idea.
So maybe c5 makes sense? Or?
Yes, absolutely. c5 makes a lot of sense. But the problem is then the white goes bishop g5 and your d5 pawn is weak. You can never go d4 because the rook on a8 is hanging.
Yeah.
So that would not be good news, obviously.
Haha. Lot of pressure here. Oh. We have Vijay here. Wow. Nice. We had him on the first day here and then he went back.
Look
and
at his t-shirt.
Oh, Prague.
Yeah,
Prague
Oh,
and Arvind.
Crazy.
Can you just show our viewers here, if you don't mind, Vijay? Just come here. What a t-shirt this is.
Did you make this or how? Yes, you can just come here.
Yeah, just come here for our viewers. I don't know if we can just go full screen. No, you can just stand here because then people cannot see. Yeah, there you have it, Vijay.
Wow.
And you can show your face. Yes, exactly. And you have Harshit by that side.
Yes, that's
Prague on the front. And if you go behind,
Oh,
that's an ultimate
crazy.
chess fan. Yeah. How did you make this?
I made in Singapore.
Singapore.
Yes.
So you came here on first and second day.
Yeah.
Then you went back to Singapore,
Yes.
made this T-shirt and came back.
Not just for t-shirt.
Of course. But
I also made one more t-shirt with Arvind's mom and also Prague's mom.
oh, that you
Wow.
have
I'm going to wear it tomorrow.
tomorrow. Oh my
So
God.
your outfit is ready, yeah?
Oh my God. Thank you. And Vijay, of course, has sent many super chats during the stream. Also, he contacted me and said he would like to start a scholarship for Help Chess.
Wow.
So, like an amazing chess fan. Thank you for doing this. And yeah. By the way, people are saying, Sagar bhai, the Prague's game time is wrong. Can we just
Yeah.
zoom into the clock?
Because I actually thought that Wei is the one who's thinking a lot. And then when the clock situation said that Prague has less time, I was surprised myself.
What is the time? Can you read it here? Oh, 1:31
Yes,
is Prague.
can we fix it then? Because
Yeah, true. We are having some wrong clock timings on that one. And that kind of changes the entire narrative, right?
Definitely.
Because we thought that Wei is the one who is super well prepared with this clock on the time. But actually, it's the other way.
But that's not the case. And also, we've seen Wei thinking a lot, and Prague is not also on his chair right now. So I think that Prague is definitely well prepared. Which maybe we should correct ourselves, because I actually thought that Wei is the one who's well prepared.
Yeah, exactly.
So
And this changes many things here. So we will be fixing this time on the clock. But it's time for us to go to the game of which one should we go to? Should we go to Sam Shankland and Lei Kwong Liem? Because we saw that Sam took the pawn here.
yeah, he went e takes f4 because White always is going to have this idea of going f5, and you always need to be careful about this because f5, g4, g5 is going to be a huge strategical advantage for White, and White is going to be very quick to break through with his attack. So that's why Black decides to take ef4, rook f4, and goes bishop e6.
I know, I was taught here, Harshit, by all back in the day, that if you can get knight d7, knight e5 here, this is great. So bishop e6 makes a lot of sense, but you will see that very quickly, White gets the knight into the center. So if I go back now, you could think about taking this bishop if you want.
Exactly, and this move knight d7 is very important because usually we would be very afraid of giving up our bishop on e7, but knight e7, queen e7, and then Black places his knight on e5, and he's doing quite fine actually.
This is an outpost because the knight cannot be kicked away by any pawn. So I feel like this is a huge trump card that Black has.
And also bishop d5 is also possible, and it's not such a bad move to take the knight on d5, e d5, knight e5, and then you also can set up some sort of a blockade by going knight d7, perhaps trying to exchange the dark squared bishops. So ef4, rook f4, bishop e6, and is there a move? Oh, there is. Knight d5 has been played.
Yeah.
So Shankland is now thinking whether to go back knight d7 or capture bishop takes d5.
Okay, so this is done. Let's go.
Oh, I'm very curious of Keimer game because look at this move e5.
This reminds me of the Wei game where he played e5 against Sam Shankland.
I mean, there are also a lot of Anand games actually where Anand gives up this pawn. I remember this game of, I don't think it's in a similar position, but Levon versus Anand, if I'm not mistaken. Like, it was an incredible game in the Semislav, and this is also came from the Semislav. And
can we ask our viewers, why is Black giving up a free pawn? And after, okay, pawn takes pawn, I understand. White pawns are doubled, you go knight g4.
And then you're ready to go queen to h4. And
knight f2
knight
is
f2,
threatened.
queen
Knight,
h2 mate. It's bad, really bad.
And you can also take back the pawn.
This is also possible, by the way.
Yeah. You can also
so
take
you
back
have
the
all
pawn.
sorts of you can just take simply back as well. So e5, the biggest question is what
Knight
happens if
takes.
knight takes e5.
Let's ask our viewers here. Why did Black give up a pawn For what reason? Wow. Chess is sometimes very beautiful, no?
Yeah. Bishop pair, one person says, but he had the bishop pair before giving the pawn on e5 as well. So I don't know if that's the right answer.
Oh, Fast Curious is very
Wow.
fast and furious with the answers.
Yes, bishop to e3
Yeah,
has
beautiful.
been suggested by Fast Curious, so that after the rook moves to c2, we can simply capture the defender of the e5 knight, the pawn on f4, and after rook takes f4, queen takes e5. This is a fantastic position for black because the bishop on d3 is very passive. Black is ready to go rook d8, the pawn on e4 is weak.
What if, Harshit bhai, I try to go in this desperado mode and take on f7? Because it's a pawn. Maybe you will also go in desperado mode and take on h2.
Yeah, this is some crazy line that's going to happen. Maybe bishop c4 now, trying to give some disco checks at some point, and maybe black goes bishop e6 perhaps. This could be very, very complex if something like this happens. And if bishop e6, queen e6, knight g5, then...
Queen e5, knight f3, yeah?
Oh, wow. So look at this. Queen e5, knight f3, queen h5, knight takes h2. I thought that knight g4 is interesting because if rook f8, queen takes g4 is a free piece, right?
It is not.
Rook f1 mate. But there is only one move for white which wins the game. What's that move? White to play.
Yeah, it's the only move.
Oh, yes. Fast Curious, Sentilantan, Gino, Nire.
Because many people would want to go g3 here, which would be a terrible blunder because... Oh, it's also winning.
Oh, g3 is winning because the knight... But the simplest, whenever you're like, material up, you always want to exchange the queens, and that's very illustrative to go queen to d5 check. Just take the queens off the board and you're completely winning.
Right.
So e5, actually...
Oh, e5, I'm loving this
I
e5
love this,
moves.
yeah.
Because it solves all the problems tactically.
Because the biggest problem for you was this bishop on c8. So after you go e5, you're opening up the bishop, and it's also working tactically because after knight e5, bishop e3, bishop f4 is such a nice idea that wins it. By the way, is bishop d4 possible or it's too slow? And if knight f3, I thought bishop e3 is possible. But maybe just knights.
Because your threat is to take bishop.
Sorry?
Knight d2 after, maybe? Knight f3 and then knight d2.
And then knight d2. Ah, yeah, maybe interest. And then just save the pawn, yeah? I thought I'm a bit afraid of knight g4 and then queen h4, but I think it's simplest to just go bishop e3 and just forcing just capture on f4, yeah? I think this is the easiest, just win a pawn. So it seems like Vincent is solving all his problems.
By the way, we haven't yet fixed Prague's clock, but the position is building up. b4 is on the board and Pragnananda has taken no time. Again, he's not there. So Prague is not on the board and Anish is not on the board. These two boards are very interesting.
But Prague is, I mean, just so that people are not confused,
Yeah.
Prague is actually the one very well prepared. He has 1 hour 30 minutes on the clock approximately, and Wei has thought for more than 20 minutes. So right now he's ready to go b4, and the idea that we were looking at to go bishop b2 and perhaps even get a passed pawn with a5 is all happening on the board. I think Prague is definitely feeling very confident about his chances with Wei thinking for more than 25 minutes in the...
Yeah. This game might be, there are things where once you get this small lead on the clock, you start putting pressure. The mistakes happen in the 3rd hour or 4th hour. But this is how you build pressure. You don't directly force a super GM to make a blunder in the 1st hour of play or 2nd. You have to build it up, and Prague is doing it right.
Yeah, we saw Ed is putting a lot of pressure on Wei
Yes.
in the 4th hour of the match. I think Prague is trying to do something very similar. Just keep the game under control, and at some point he will make the position very, very difficult for Wei.
True. By the way, Harshit bhai, what if our frame was more zoomed in? No, like it feels right now there is a lot of space around us. So maybe if our director G could kind of zoom in a little bit, that would be amazing. Oh, thank you. Wow. Instant. Oh, by the way, Himang Ghosh says Anish versus Arvind is the same line that was played in Gukesh versus McShane in 2023.
Really?
Yeah. And maybe we can just have a look at how that game continued, because that would be a very interesting bit of information.
C4.
C3, bishop e7, CD, ED, bishop f4. I'm actually checking it on the mega database here. Knight f6, e3, bishop f4.
Arvind is sleeping, yeah?
What?
Yeah.
No, not sleeping. Come on.
I mean,
What if Arvind really prepared so hard that he is now tired?
it's possible.
It happens, yeah? Like, people fail to realize that humans are at work. It could very well be that today morning he woke up, he's not feeling so well. Anything can
Yeah,
happen.
of course.
By
Yes,
the way,
Gukesh
Gukesh is,
Makshun, right. It's absolutely correct.
Gukesh is a big expert of this line, it seems. He has played with McShane
And also Nepomniachtchi.
and Nepo and won both.
Wow.
And by the way, what was the move that was played? Knight b d7, right? Here.
Which is rare.
Knight b d7, Gukesh McShane,
H3,
h3, bishop
bishop
e6. And we have this position. Gukesh had gone knight back to f3. He had pulled his knight back.
Which is the best move.
Oh, really?
I think so.
I mean, for me, it's very natural to move forward. Like here. Bishop e6.
Actually, to be honest, for me as well. Like bishop e6, knight f5 seems very, very logical to me as well. Because you're trying to get a bishop pair, and if g6, obviously we have knight g7, which would be a very, very bad move for black to allow.
Oh my God, Anish Giri.
Comes
He is
back knight
well
f3.
prepared.
Yep.
He's like, he's prepped up.
He knows his boy Gukesh well.
He's like, oh, Gukesh used my ideas back in the day. Now I will use his ideas. Knight f3 on the board. Fast and Curious says, is g4 good for Anish? Actually, g4 is an excellent move, just not here.
Yes, because it runs into knight takes g4 and the knight on h4 is going to be hanging.
But now, g4 is
Actually,
a
after
very likely idea.
Absolutely. I mean, in general, white, especially if black castles, g4 is definitely going to be something that white wants to do. Go bishop d3 and perhaps try to go g5 to put pressure on this pawn.
Today is an ultimate test of Arvind, I feel, as a, like a super tournament if you are playing. There comes this key moments if you want to win it.
Yep.
And I think this is a key game for him. Very, very important to keep his nerves. And Anish, of course, here you can see the time difference. I hope the clock is right here.
Yeah,
It's
for sure, because
15
Arvind was thinking from the get-go, and knight f3 is about to make a move.
Oh, he's making a move. What is this move going to be?
Very curious. Is it knight e4?
Oh, what?
Yeah.
It's a free pawn.
It is a free pawn, but it's actually not.
Why not?
Because black goes queen a5 check, I assume.
Queen a5 or bishop b4? Which check you want to give?
I think queen a5.
But knight d2?
You have to go knight d2. You know
Kind
that,
of.
right?
Oh.
You
Oh,
cannot go king
Can
d8.
we ask our viewers what is the move? Is it that move or is it maybe not, right?
I mean, it's 100%. Oh, bishop b3 is very cute, actually.
Yeah, I also thought bishop b3. But maybe bishop f5 is stronger, no?
No, bishop b3 is very nice in general.
King c1.
King c1, and I don't know exactly what's the continuation, but it does look very cool. I thought that king d1, bishop f5 almost traps the queen on e4. The
Yeah.
queen has nowhere to go. So this looks really, really good for black.
Why is it almost? Because,
Because white has
oh my God.
bishop c7.
No way.
Sorry?
No way.
Yeah.
What a move. You should ask the chat. No, this is a
But
great
this
move.
is too tough, yeah?
No way.
No?
Like, otherwise your queen is trapped.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe bishop c7 was possible.
Only move.
Yeah.
It's like,
But this could have, like, the game could be very, very interesting. I don't think Anish will take the pawn though.
no, but let's think about it. Like Anish, if he takes.
So if I am white, you know what I would do? I would take, and go knight d2. And
But then after f5.
oh, after f5, I'm going to be super happy about my idea of going g4 at some point.
Now? Because at some point, I'm also kind of going knight b6, knight d5.
Okay, sure, I'll go now.
Now, oh, nice. And this kind of creates a complete mess, right? So let's say knight, I was thinking knight f6, gf, bishop f5.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It's a messy
very,
position.
Very interesting.
But
position.
now think about it. Take, check, knight d2.
Ah, yes, knight d2.
And now what do? Because if you play bishop b4, I calmly come back
And this is
I
very
ask
good
you
for
like,
white.
where's your compensation? And then I push you away.
So, what if you go bishop f5?
After knight d2. Wow. Again, I have... No, now I don't have this. Or I have this. Still have it.
No, white has a very nice move.
Let's ask our viewers, yeah? Should we?
Yes, it's a very nice move for white. Do you see it?
I think this time is the move you wanted to play. Guys, white to play. What do you play here?
Priya Hariharan.
Wow. Arnav Agarwal.
Arnav
Agarwal.
Agrawal. Taib. Yash Yog.
Brilliant, guys.
Pawn to b4 is a great move. Deflecting the queen's defense of the f5 bishop. And if bishop e4, ba5, white is just up a pawn and completely better.
Okay, I'm expecting some fireworks here. Anish, let's go. Actually, Anish is out of his book now. Just to let you know that in Gukesh's game that we were looking at, after knight f3, no one has played knight e4.
Yeah.
No one in this position has gone for this move.
What's the evaluation? I would guess white is like 0.6 already.
Oh,
Bishop d3 played.
Anish is like, no, Arvind, I'm not falling for any of your tricks. It's 0.6.
Exactly. Yeah. And
wow. And what great judgment by Anish, right?
yeah, he's like, I don't want to go into all the complications that you thought about after knight e4. I'm just simply going to go bishop d3. And now black was the one who moved his knight 2 times already.
And if you move it 3rd time, I'm just happy.
You firstly improved your structure. That's super important to note. After bc3, your pawn is supporting the d4 pawn. Rook b1 is another idea because the b line opens up for the rook. This is fantastic.
Oh, he played f5.
Whoa.
Oh, we are in for a treat, guys. f5 on the board. Arvind Chidambaram bolsters his knight in the center. I won't be surprised, Harshit bhai, if he goes long castle and g4 now.
I was actually about to say that. I'm expecting long castles and then at some point trying to go for this f3 idea. Even short castle makes some sense, right? Because now I want to go knight d2 or knight e5 and then f3. So f5 quickly played by Arvind, which has made Anish go into a think. But I think Anish should be happy with this outcome.
Very much. Very much. I think Anish right now is thinking this is the best thing I could have gotten as white. Because generally it's very tough to get an advantage. And now he just... And also it's a normal position. You know, he didn't have to work as hard because it was his prep. Like in Guen game, he tried to find it over the board. So there was a lot of effort there. Now he can really press this.
Yeah, but on the other hand, let's not forget that black has a lot of ideas as well. He can go g5 at some point, potentially even go g4.
Yeah.
And these are the kind of positions that Arvind really excels at. He loves to play dynamic positions.
Messy stuff.
Exactly. So although white is objectively better, I do think that practically black still has quite a decent position.
True. Okay, so then this game is done. Can we quickly check at challengers? Because we have this first game between the leader Nodirbek and Ivan Salgado. I would say that a very comfortable position for Nodirbek Yakuboyev in a game that, you know, where he needs to press with white.
Absolutely.
Nice
it's a
game.
big game for him
Yeah.
because Beer just caught up on the leaderboard. He's on 5 out of 6 along with Nodirbek. So I think Nodirbek needs to strike against Salgado today to keep his sole lead in the event.
No, he's a joint lead.
Yeah.
But, you know, Jonas Beer is facing Divya Deshmukh. And Divya has a nice position out of the opening. Center control.
It's very typical. I mean, it's just a normal position so far, I think. I don't know if white is better. I think it's just like very, very typical. Black wants to go rook c8, cd4, and queen c2 at some point. White does have good center, but
Black has these extra and a pawn. Like, just to show our viewers, like if you play bishop g5, for example, take, black has an extra pawn on the queen side. White has an extra pawn in the center. So endgames will many times favor black, but not
Exactly.
always.
depends on what endgames.
Oh, there are some endgames I've seen. Magnus, I think Magnus MVL or some beautiful game where even such structure, you quickly get your king in, create a central passer and then
White just
win.
does very well. Exactly. And also now rook c1 and these kind of positions, especially with the queens on the board, can give white a lot of attacking chances.
Yes.
Because e5, queen g3, and suddenly you can start an attack on the king.
Super. Guys, this is an interesting game that we will come back to. Ma Kun yesterday won his game. Today also looks in a good position against Tamatis.
Well, this one is very complicated. I think this one can swing in either direction because white has committed his pawn to g5. And I'm a bit scared that black can go bishop h5 back on the next move and pin my knight on f3.
Yeah. This one, and then battle of two Czech players, Stalmak versus Finek. And you can see there already nice space for Finek here, who beat Divya
Yeah,
yesterday.
I think Finek is going to try and keep that momentum going and try to win against his countrymate today against Stalmak. And the last game is Moritzi versus Nemec.
Also looking pretty good here
Yeah.
for white. So Moritzi will like to beat Nemec today. Yeah. So these are the challengers section. And I think, Harshit, today... Oh, by the way, we have a move in Vei versus Pragnananda. We have finally the clocks fixed. Just that it's a little bit has to be just turned around.
Yes.
And then it's fixed. So Vei should be at 54 minutes. And Prague has 1 hour 27 minutes.
I was trying to read it on the screen, but I can't read it. But I think you are right that
Yeah.
Prague has 1 hour 27 minutes and Vei has 54 minutes. That's a huge time lead. More than 35
Even
minutes.
Prague made his move now. Bishop e3, he's already played it. Again making Vei think. Vei is down to 52 minutes.
Yeah, that's just a huge time lead. I think Prague is in very good position to put pressure on Vei. Rook a3, rook f a1, and a5 is his idea. Because if I get this
Harshit
pass
bhai, you
pawn,
want the queen, that passer. Yeah?
I do, because once I get this pass pawn, it's very hard for you to stop this advance of c6, c5, and my bishop can jump into b6, and I think that's going to be huge for white if I can go this a5 break at some point.
Can black try here to sack a pawn with c5?
That's too much, I think. No? Take?
Take, pawn takes, and now you can't take bishop takes c5, correct? Because then your bishop gets pinned. But you can take bishop takes knight on e4, rook e4, and bishop c5
Oh,
or
but
queen
now
c5.
the a4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
So, actually a very interesting idea is to go c5. You're right in this position. But when your opponent is blitzing out all these moves, I don't think that Vei will dare to play c5.
Or he will dare to play and Prague will be prepared.
Wow, 51 minutes for Vei now.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
I think the two games of the leaders are the most exciting ones today.
Yeah. Giri versus
Oh,
Arvind and
By the way, Navara took on e5 with the knight,
yes, and bishop
allowing
e3.
bishop e3, what we had just seen. And I think Vincent Keimer is happy here. He's very happy.
Vincent should be very happy because he wants to go bishop f4 next, and he can even be better. I mean, because he has two bishops, and if white ever captures back, he just has total control of the center. He can't allow that.
By the way, this year's Prague Masters is so interesting, Harshit bhai, because we have like two leaders. Then we have Vei, who is in with a chance. We have Anish, who is in with a chance. We have Keimer, who is in with a chance. And we have Le Quang Liem also in with... So, like 6 players with just 3 rounds to go is not very common.
It's not, and it's also such a neck-to-neck battle that I have no idea who's going to win it.
I know. This actually today we are at one of the most critical rounds, no? Because today a lot of smoke will get cleared.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we will wait for what David does, but we can say that Vincent should be happy. And then we go to Gurel versus Guen. And here we see that this idea which you had been talking about of queenside play with b5.
No, but I don't like it that much.
You mean here black playing b5?
Yeah. Usually black wants to go, like, let's say f6 or bishop f8. Let's say bishop f8. I don't know if white goes knight g3. And to go c5, knight b8, knight 6. I'm slightly more favoring this idea for black when black goes knight b8, knight c6, knight d4, because b6, b5 seems a little strange to me.
Slow.
Because, and why do I say this is because that I wanted to keep control of the d4 break, and now white always has this idea of going pawn to d4.
Yeah, correct. And by the way, he goes knight g3 and bishop f8.
Yeah, obviously black is still very solid. He can go f6, knight c5, knight e6. It's a lot of strategical things that both players need to consider, and I think that this game will definitely heat up as the moves progress.
Yeah. As Harshit Bhai said, this entire idea of black is something that he is not very thrilled about. But let's see how this continues. Someone said in the chat that as Anish is out of his prep, Aditya I think, he won't be able to put as much pressure on Arvind, which is actually a very interesting point because what could be the best move here, Harshit Bhai? Is it already g4?
No, I don't think g4. I think g4 is a bit too early.
Because take, bishop takes, I can take here, pawn takes and take this.
Knight f6 though, no?
Knight f6. So maybe I can't take with the queen, but I can go knight d2 and take here.
Yeah, but I think we can prepare it.
Yeah, why to be in a hurry?
Yeah, because your opponent has just given you a strategical advantage because he weakens the dark squares, especially the square on e5. So why not just castles?
Long or short?
Short.
Short. Oh, interesting.
Let's just castle short.
And then you had mentioned knight e5 f3.
Exactly, knight e5 f3, because we have not committed our pawn to f4. And unlike black, who cannot challenge our knight on e5, we can put pressure on the knight on e4 with f3. So I am expecting Anish to go short castles. But the problem is short castles is you are obviously afraid of g5 coming in at some point, and then it might feel like black is very quick with his attack with g4.
Yeah. And I think Anish might be a bit afraid of this. He could feel the
for
pressure.
sure.
Yeah.
Especially against Arvind, who is a very innovative player and loves to attack. I think Anish is trying to find an option which can give him a simpler advantage.
By the way, you were absolutely right about Prague VE game. By the way, we have fixed the clock in Prague VE. Thank you so much to our director. But VE went back with the knight and it has given white a very nice edge.
Wow. And
wow.
This is actually turning out to be very difficult for Wei, because now perhaps b5 could be even a move that white considers.
b5?
Do you think so?
To weaken d5.
Exactly, to loosen this d5
But I feel it kind of clarifies, right? Like b5, I take.
Okay.
You take on d5. Rook c8. And then I take here. I think you lost your edge unless you have some.
But also this, like, just look at my bishops. Like, my bishops are so active. Rook fd1 can come in.
But if you do this, let's say, or you go a2, where do you
a2
go?
maybe.
I take.
Let's say rook fd1. I mean, this looks very dangerous.
Yes, but queen e7 just.
Rook e3 might be a very powerful move here. Ooh.
But what about just this move? You are also, I mean.
I think rook e3 is the reason why this is bad.
Wow. Boom.
And black has excellent compensation in this
generally
position.
This is very good because this way. But okay, maybe there is some other move also. There might be just bishop e6, and sometimes such positions very difficult for white to prove
an advantage, and they usually clarify into an equal endgame. Yeah, I think you are right.
So maybe not b5 immediately.
But maybe our plan with this a5 is not bad indeed. Yeah,
but he's
rook
coming
a3,
here.
Yeah.
He's coming here with the knight.
So rook fd1, no.
Also, yeah, you must be careful.
Okay, so let's
of
just go bishop d4. Knight c4 I can already consider
E4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Wow, okay. So maybe we will see here just bishop up, but where is Prague? Ah, he's back.
He's drinking water.
Oh my god. Very dangerous. Did he drink?
Yes.
You saw it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe we can, everyone should drink a water break.
We have a super chat. Sagar bhai, agar Prague ka king, if it comes to this square, then can he win?
Yeah.
India for the win. Nice one. Thank you for the super chat. I mean, Prague's king is already quite strongly placed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's safe.
Yeah.
No problem.
So Prague with almost how much, like for 12 and 20 for 30, almost 40 minutes of time advantage. And also I think bishop d4 can really put black under pressure. But why is this move so special? Because I think first of all we want to stop this exchange. Let's say rook fd1. I think rook e3. The engines might not like it that much, but practically it's definitely a scary move. Because after queen e7 and queen takes e3 is an idea, and like your king also becomes a bit weak. Definitely something that black will consider. So bishop to d4, and we can even consider then putting our queen on c3 on this diagonal. This looks very good for white.
Yeah. Correct. Whew. Okay.
So Prague is thinking, because he knows that knight d6 is not the move that he has in his analysis. Yeah, like when you know the first best 3 moves and knight d6 is not one of them, Prague knows that this should give white an advantage. So he's just trying to understand why is this very good for white.
Absolutely.
Oh, by the way, what did Anish do?
Oh, Anish castled.
No, he
Anish
actually first played bishop
bishop
h2.
h2 to get away from g5.
And after castles,
He castles.
I think now that black castles, he's less afraid of this g5, g4 idea, and maybe next he wants to go knight d2, or where does he go?
Knight e5.
Knight e5, yeah, and f3. I thought knight e5 exchange, so for example, let's say, what's a good, decent move for black? Let's say h6. I thought knight e5, bishop d6 exchanges a lot of pieces. But maybe f3 still. And looks very good. Yeah, knight c3 we just capture back with the b pawn and we keep our knight on e5.
It's a very complicated game in the center with lot of possibilities for both sides, and we will see what is going to happen here next. Arvind down to 1 hour 2 minutes, but Prague Anish also 1 hour 6 minutes.
Yeah.
The clear time difference is between Wei and Prague, because there it's almost 30 minutes time difference. Oh, by the way, look at this move that Shankland has played with Le Quang Liem.
So knight d7, knight e7, queen e7, and white played knight to d2, trying to go to c4, but Shankland is like, okay, this allows me to break the structure
I would
with
just
d5.
put knight e5.
He just goes d5 and stalls all of his problems, because ed5, bishop d5, this is great for black, no? Like bishop on this diagonal, the queen opens
I
up.
mean, it would have been amazing for white because of the bishop pair. It's just that your pieces are so awkwardly placed.
Exactly. And also your king can actually be a bit weak. The knight on d2 is also unclear. The knight would have been very happy on c3, but on d2 it feels a little strange. So great awareness by Shankland to go for this move d5, and I think he might be slightly better already.
You see, actually in many of the games like Shankland slightly better, Keimer also has equalized with black. So black is actually doing pretty well in these games, and also here Van Goghen had a decent position. It's equalish. So these 3 games, black is doing fine, but in the games of the 2 leaders, white is doing very well.
Giri
like
and Prague.
Giri and Prague.
Yep.
Wei has, yes, guys, played an inaccurate move, but it's so difficult to exactly continue like keeping the edge for Prague, and
Well, bishop d4 is pretty logical, I think.
he will play, but I mean to keep that pressure going for moves, and moves may not be easy.
Yeah, but I mean, Prague knows that this is a big game,
Yeah.
and he knows that if he wins today, he probably goes on to win the event.
Unless he will meet Anish in the last round. Actually, a lot depends on this game today. Arvind goes king h8.
I think Arvind is saying that, okay, I'm ready to go for G5, G4. And this game won't be a draw. Either you will win or I will win. There will be no draw today.
This G5, G4 is insane. Do you think Arvind will do this?
I think.
No
I mean,
way.
if he goes king h8, he's planning something vicious, yeah.
If I am Anish, I'll quickly jump and exchange. Let's exchange. I don't want this attack. But maybe the best move here instead of the knight jump could very well be like rook b1 with the idea of b4, b5.
But
no?
don't you think it's too slow? Let's say rook b1. I don't know if
G5?
G5 is weakening, but okay, let's see. Let's say,
You have
let's
to
say,
attack.
yeah, let's say we go for
You
it.
say A, you must say B.
Yes, maybe.
Or else what?
Well, or else I can go bishop f7, bishop h5 as well, is one idea.
Aha.
But okay, G5 makes more sense.
G5, let's go. Okay, no threat from your end.
If you go b4, I just feel it's a bit too slow.
Yeah.
Because I might be very quick with
G4.
attack like g4 and g3 as well at some point.
But take, knight e5.
g3? And
Oh, can I start with this? Then I'm really take. So if you take here, I'll take with the bishop. If you take here, now knight e5.
yeah, that's a good way to do it.
And now no g3
That's a good way
business.
to do it. Because if you allowed me to go g3, I would have been very happy.
And this king is like,
Exactly.
why did you open up so much?
Well, king h is also prophylaxis. Like, he might not go for
No,
g5.
I don't think he's planning g5.
Yeah, he might just like get rid of all the tension that will happen on the a2, g8 diagonal.
King h8, g5 is a 2470 Arvind
Knight
move,
e2.
but not a 2740 Arvind move. Knight e2. Oh, nice move.
Very nice move, I think, because now g5 obviously doesn't make sense because like knight e5, f3 is going to really put your knight on e4.
because
under
the knight earlier could trade.
Exactly.
Now you removed that knight. Oh my god.
Knight e2 is amazing move by Anish. I think maybe the best move. Was it the best move?
Yeah. Knight e2.
The best move.
Oh, nice.
And maybe Arvind will continue with this idea. Rook g8, g5. What else? I mean, he has to go for it.
As I said, rook g8, g5 is 2470 Arvind playing, not 2740 Arvind.
But I don't think he thinks so much about like his opponent. I don't think he will give a lot of respect because he's playing Anish. He just likes to play attacking
But
chess.
he will respect the position, no? Like g5 is too much.
No, but rook g8 first. Maybe we can prepare it. And then try to go for g5, g4.
Okay, I'm curious now. I'm very curious. I also feel that your plan, which was to move the bishop away, could be also played. Just dropping the bishop back. But yes, white wants to go knight f4. But where is this knight heading? Because generally when you play here, you want to come here and then go here.
Exactly. That's usually...
Oh, so he will do like, for example, he'll go here. Then he'll put his bishop back and then bring his knight here.
I mean, I think right now the biggest idea of white is to go knight e5, f3 and put pressure on the knight on e4. That's the biggest concept because we just took our knight away from c3 to e2. Not exactly because we wanted to jump here, but because you don't trade my knight on c3.
Okay, got it.
Vincent, of course.
Okay, guys, Vincent didn't play a brilliancy on this move. He already played a brilliancy on move 16 when he pushed
E5,
his pawn
exactly.
forward. This was a great move.
Amazing. And I think he has 70 minutes on his clock. Navara about 55 minutes. So he has a 15-minute time advantage. Also a good position. I think Vincent might be getting ambitious now with the black pieces already.
Could be. Could very well be. And David Navara has to be careful not to land in a very bad position. We have actually covered all the games. And like all the players are thinking. So it's a good moment, Harshit bhai, to ask you like how are you like enjoying Prague now? Any updates from here, the venue, that people back home can know?
Well, yesterday after the games, I was watching the football games. We had Arsenal absolutely destroying PSV 7-1.
Did you watch with any other chess players or alone?
No, I was just watching alone.
Oh.
So I was,
There's a TV in the room.
yes.
Oh, it works.
Yeah.
I generally never switch it on, so I have no clue. But
And then Madrid was also playing yesterday, which was an incredible game. I think all the Madrid fans are going to be super happy because they won 2-1.
Right.
So if there are any
I
football
don't think
fans,
any football fans in the
no,
chat.
come on,
Yeah.
for sure. Look,
No, I don't know if anyone watches.
yes, yes. You
Oh,
see,
we
like it
have
was
here
Real
as well.
Madrid versus Atletico Madrid. No, I mean it was a huge game. Many people were watching. It was incredible.
Hala Madrid, everyone is saying.
Yes, Hala Madrid is like, let's go Madrid.
Oh. Can we also say something like Hala chess or something?
Hey, hello.
That would be in Gujarati. That is also a nice thing. And Visa Barca, everyone's saying.
Yeah, Visca Barca.
Okay.
For all the Barcelona fans. I used to be a Barcelona fan.
Really, what changed then?
Then all my players either retired or move away.
So you actually, I have to tell the viewers who all the time keep saying I'm a Real Madrid fan, I'm this fan, that fan. When the player goes away, you suddenly stop being the fan of that team. So you are not the team fan, you are basically the player fan, right? You love the players.
Well, kind of.
Yeah.
And because also the team had like a playing style, especially in like 2008, 2009, there were like these three players, Xavi, Iniesta, and then Messi was there also at some point. I mean, so like those three players was like the peak era of Barcelona. I think they were just like winning everything, and it was incredible.
Right. I'm just wondering if you start a football plus chess channel, it would be so much fun. Like you can have analogies of football and chess, and
yeah,
very interesting.
Oh, we have Man U fan. Oh, I'm sorry for you.
Now, before it gets very dangerous, which I don't wish to, let's get back to the chessboard, because I know that football fans are very, very touchy
Yes,
about
they're very
their,
emotional. Yes,
and,
of course.
I've seen people crying and stuff.
No, of
so
course.
I don't want to get there. And with Harshit Bhai's evil laughter, I see this going in dangerous direction. A5 by Arvind. Arvind is kind of preempting the minority attack and saying, let me stop it beforehand. But I have a feeling that now one plan which you said, move the knight, kick it away, or knight f4.
I'm somehow inclined towards knight e5 and f3 because after knight f4, bishop f7, g5 is going to come with much stronger force. So that's why I don't like knight f4 because it just like helps black to go g5 and g4. So
But I was wondering this one.
It's possible,
G5.
but it's a bit too nuanced, I think.
And then bring the knight so that when you
But
take,
it's possible,
I can
actually.
get another
Yeah,
knight.
it's definitely possible.
Oh, Shubhankar Jape says, Harshit bhai, when is your next tournament?
I am going to play in the freestyle chess next month in Grenke.
Oh.
But before that, I'm playing a round robin event from the 27th of March in New York. So that will be my next event.
And also in between the two, you will be commentating in Paris
Yes.
on freestyle chess.
Yes.
So very packed calendar, Harshit bhai. You have to like really, it's a lot of travel for you coming up.
Yeah. No, I'm very excited.
Oh, 95 played instantly.
95 played. Wow.
And
I like this.
Arvind also drank water here. But I think it was more like, okay, need to be very careful now what to play.
But f3 is coming.
Yeah.
And black needs to find a good way to play against it. I mean, bishop g5 is a move, but I don't think that will happen because I don't think you need to stop f3 that desperately.
Ah, you mean here in f3. Okay, my thought is just take. Just exchange stuff. Bishop d6. I mean, for me, draw is fine today as Arvind. If I was Arvind, draw is, I'm very happy.
f3? How exactly are you trying to make a draw?
Two things I can do. One
because
is
knight f6 you can't do, right?
I can take and then go like this. It seems a bit weird, but
yeah, bishop e5, d5, knight g5. I think knight d4 looks very scary.
knight f4 also, yeah.
Knight d4 I like more because I put pressure on the f5 pawn. And this looks very, very good for white.
Yeah. Or if I go like knight f6,
Well, then
I
the
lose
f5 pawn you always need to be worried about.
This generally sometimes doesn't work because of take and then knight jumping in.
Exactly.
To attack the queen.
But I don't have to take it immediately. I can first go knight f4 I can prepare and then just keep mounting the pressure on the f5 pawn. This looks very good for white. I'm not sure if this is that easy of a position for black to just exchange the pieces and make a draw. I think he has more problems than just the weak squares on e5.
Let me be a little bit more careful here. There was also this move, no? Bishop d6 directly.
Bishop d6?
f3.
f3, knight f6 and
Knight g6.
Yeah, exactly.
So here, check.
Exactly. And now you get the dark squared bishop on d6, and once white gets that bishop, he gets this big advantage. So Arvind is thinking how to counter these ideas of white with f3 and knight f4. In the meantime, Prague is still thinking.
Oh, long think for Prague, nearly 20 minutes on this move. And
I think it makes sense. I think it makes sense whenever you get surprised by your opponents, especially when you're in preparation, just take your time and understand the position and try to find the best move, because he has a big time advantage. And if you don't think in your time advantage, then what is the time advantage worth? So he's utilizing it at the perfect moment, I think, and I'm expecting him to find this move, bishop d4.
And maybe it's a good time for us to take a very short break and come back. On the other side, we will delve deeper into these games. And I think, guys, don't go away. Today is the
ultimate clash.
I'm enjoying this round a lot. So stay tuned and see you soon.
Stay still by my side. So pretty and so kind. I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 7th round of the Prague Masters 2025. And we have Harshit Bhai, who is missing here. We don't know where he's vanished, but very soon he'll come up. He's gone up. That's the news we have got. He wants to see the games carefully, and he'll bring in some new info. But meanwhile, we have some developments here. Wei had gone back with his knight to d6, and the bishop came up to d4. You can see the bishop beautifully positioned, but suddenly it is dislodged once again with knight to f5. And now the question is, do we want to let him take the bishop by playing rook d1? I doubt. We don't want to be doing that. Or do we want to go behind? And while we are looking at this, let's go full screen on Wei versus Prague and see how the players are. And we can sense that the tension is building up because Wei is down to 34 minutes on the clock. Prague has 1 hour 6 minutes. So that's a massive 32-minute time lead. Secondly, we see that White's advantage is very sizable here. If Prague manages to beat Wei, it will not only cement his chances of winning the tournament, but also will gain him some key rating points, take him closer to 2770. It is incredible, and we have a grandmaster to analyze all of this. Harshit Bhai, where were you?
I'm getting some coffee, Sagar Bhai, because I need to understand Prague's opening preparation. Bishop d4, knight f5, bishop c3 played.
Oh, bishop c3, not bishop b2. I thought he will go back all the way here. But maybe Prague understands something very deeply. Keeping the bishop here may be the best move.
It's the best move, provoking the move pawn to d4. And now going, I mean, maybe he wants to go back after d4 to bishop b2 so that the bishop diagonal from h1 to h will open up.
These two bishops are like good friends of each other. They are like, okay, I'm coming here so that I'll provoke him so that you get a better future. It's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, bishops love open diagonals. Right now, the position is very open, which is why the two bishops on g2 and c3 are better than the bishop on d7 and the knight on f5. And I think this is a great example of how the bishops can outplay a bishop and knight. And I think oh, by the way, bishop on c3 has another idea of going pawn to a5. So maybe that's why he goes bishop to c3 as well, to keep an eye on the pawn to a5 break.
Absolutely. By the way, there is also, I was wondering, Harshit Bhai, but I think I'm wrong. If you go rook d1.
Oh, you definitely don't want to give up the bishop. That's the core of White's advantage right now, that he has the bishop pair. I definitely cannot give that up for your knight on f5. So that's why bishop definitely needs to be saved. And
so many times you said definitely that I will never give up the bishop.
I
will keep it. Bishop c3. And now, so we have this position. Let's imagine Prague is better. How, if you have to compare this better to this one, would you say that Anish's advantage is as big as Prague's, or you think that here, not that much?
Well, I mean, if I were to only consider the position on the board, I think I would say that their advantages are quite similar. I mean, they're different, but in a way, the level of the advantage are similar. But when I consider the time factor, I am definitely going to say that Prague has a bigger advantage because he has a 40-minute time advantage. Wei is down to how many? Like down to 32 minutes for just for only 18 moves. This is a very, very bad sign for Wei's clock right now. And I think.
But Wei always comes under time pressure. Yeah,
but that doesn't.
He's used to it.
But he's used to it, but that doesn't make it any easier, because even yesterday we saw how he got into a difficult position against Gurel, and someone like Pragnananda is not going to give him any second chances. Once Pragnananda gets the chance to get a big advantage, I think it's going to be decisive from there on.
Right. By the way, knight d6 played here. We can see that the bishop on e5 is beautifully positioned. In fact, I can sense Anish playing all the moves that you recommended.
I don't know if that's a good sign.
At least it's good sign for you.
For me.
That you are thinking like him. But I do feel like you have a little bit similar style to him. Like very correct play. Never trying to go like too flashy stuff, you know.
I think my style used to be very flashy. But
No,
I think
now.
over time it has
Yeah.
changed. And I also like simple positions. And I like to place them
Exactly.
in a proper...
So maybe that respect, you know, this idea which you were so keen on to move the knight and play f3 is a very classical idea, and that's what Anish also did.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest difference in this position of white and black is that if black's pawn was on f7,
Yeah.
he could have had this option of going f6, which would have dislodged our knight on e5. And white has not put his pawn on f4, so he's like, okay, if I have not done it, I'm going to utilize it, goes for f3, the knight on e4 is kicked, he cannot go to g5 because f5 pawn is hanging. So he goes to d6, and maybe now the knight on e2 can jump in the action and attack
Yeah.
the bishop on e6. Knight f4 seems like a very, very possible move. There's also another move that I was very curious about, which is queen to c5. Do you think that's
Nice.
an idea or no?
That's a good idea, but don't you think knight c4 is possible there?
It's a very direct move, so it can either be very good or it
Yeah.
wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Because you're attacking the
I'm
knight.
attacking the knight, and my point was that if you go bishop e7, then I can maybe go queen c3 and claim that my queen is slightly better placed on c3 than it was on c2. Interesting question for definitely a candidate move for Ninch to consider.
Also, for all the viewers who are calculating here, this one could be too greedy because you do win a pawn with the knight gone, but it's not a pawn that you should win because
It's
here,
a poisonous pawn.
what should black play? Black to move. Does anyone want to try?
Disco. Exactly.
Beautiful.
Bishop
Bishop
takes
takes
d4,
d4, attacking the queen, and
This is very good for black.
You get back your pawn. So clearly, not to do this.
Yeah. Divyanshu, Ryan, a lot of people finding it. Actually, there's also another idea of going knight g3, right? To put pressure on the f5 pawn. And I don't think black wants to go g6 because your king becomes so weak. And look at these dark squares. So knight g3 is also a move that Anish is going to consider in this position. What else comes to your mind in this position as white?
Yeah, I don't want to play f4 here.
I was expecting you to say g4.
No. Actually,
Now that you...
looking here.
Why not?
Actually, why not?
Yeah, it's possible. I mean,
It's not bad. Because then my knight could also settle in on this square behind the pawns. Okay, interesting here. How both Wei and Arvind's knights both on d6.
By the way, knight takes f7, the move that
Oh,
you said has
yes.
happened.
Yes. By the way, guys, here, Vincent Keimer versus David Navarra. Look at what happened. First, you go bishop e3, attacking this pawn
So
and the
black-
rook.
Rook has to be defended.
So he
rook c2.
defends, and now he takes. He's like, if you take the rook, I'll take your knight. So he goes desperate here, because if you take back, I'll take back.
And maybe black can take on h2 and be like, okay, I can do the same
Yeah, but this is, as we said, this is not an easy
thing to calculate.
calculation.
Because bishop c4 now, and it's quite possible that the best move for black is simply go back bishop c7.
What? No.
It might be... No, it's too much, yeah? How does white win?
E5 maybe.
Yeah, just e5 I like. And yeah, there is going to be some discovered check which gives black a good, gives white a huge advantage. So after knight f7, bishop h2, bishop c4. What's the best move for black?
Bishop
e6. Yeah,
We had seen this.
And after bishop e6,
And
queen
we
e6.
saw this, and we also saw knight g5 now attacking here.
But now I think we didn't find the best move, which is queen g4.
Oh, that's a crazy move.
Yeah.
Beautiful move.
Yes. So it attacks the knight on g5, and
So if you take the bishop, I take your knight. And if you take the queen,
my knight now defends the bishop on h2, and also I'm threatening rook f1 mating ideas.
Anushka says Wei has only 25 minutes. No, 27 actually, not 25. Oh my god, and he
D4.
pushes the pawn.
That's a big decision that he has made, because now the bishop on g2 has opened up, and maybe now I can just come back bishop b2 and say thank you for opening up my bishop.
Of course. But B2 or D2?
No, D2 would be terrible.
Oh, no.
Sagar bhai, can't give up your advantage like this. You
No,
have to go to
definitely.
B2
Definitely not.
and also keep a pressure on this pawn, right? So
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
bishop on B2 is great.
But can we just go back here?
Okay, only move, no bishop B2.
There is also bishop E1.
No. I mean, that's why would you even
Because you
consider?
want to play A5.
No. I don't think bishop E1 is on the menu right now.
Terrible move, yeah?
It's not on the menu right now.
Oh.
Even that was not expected.
Not on the menu there. Oh, I have another thought here, Harshit bhai. Let me just see if it makes any sense. Rook FD1. Take. Oh, then you will take here and at least you'll get 2 pieces and rook for queen. Got it. That's terrible. No, but I'm very curious to see if this is the only move, bishop B2.
Well, why? Why do we need to think of any other move? We can just simply come back bishop B2 and we are threatening the pawn on C6. B5 is coming. White has a huge advantage already.
Oh my god!
This is huge, almost +1.
But Harshit bhai, the best move is bishop D2.
Arre, what?
According to the engines, because after rook takes queen D3 and this is better for white.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow, that's nice. Very nice. You saw all of it, yeah.
I didn't see anything, but I was like, why is always the bar falling? What's the move? And if Prague plays bishop D2, it will be mind-blowing.
I'm still...
It's not clear.
It's not easy to understand. If the rook goes back, perhaps he just wants to push B5 or A5.
A5.
And now the A pawn is passed.
Yeah. It's just complete computer.
If Prague plays
I will,
bishop D2, what will you do?
I'll leave from here.
You'll leave?
Yeah. You commented alone today.
What? How is that a win-win situation?
I mean...
What's the challenge? Maybe you will do some dare.
If he plays bishop D2, then I'll go to Charles Bridge and make a caricature of myself.
Oh no! Just because of that, I was hoping. No, but okay, it was too much. Yeah. I don't think bishop D2 is a human move.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So I think makes sense. And he still keeps his advantage. It's not like his advantage is dropping.
It's the best human move.
Yeah, best human move.
Fantastic.
B5 is coming, saves you from the dare. Rook F1 is coming.
Yeah, Prague is like, okay, Sagar, not going to make you work hard. Like, it's a good move. I'll keep my edge. And Wei looks definitely under pressure. 26 minutes for him. We have Guen versus Gurel. It feels like here, White's edge is slowly and steadily rising. Will Edis get his first ever win at Super Tournament?
I'm not happy with how Guen has treated this position. Because firstly, I feel personally that Black should always go for, in this exact setup, he should try to somehow bring his knight to E6, and C5 is usually a great way to do it. Like F6, either F6 or bishop F8, followed by C5, knight B8, knight C6. Very, very classical idea. He goes B5, which is fine. Also another direction. Knight G3, bishop F8, king H1, knight B6, B3, bishop D7. And after knight D2, the bishop which just went back to F8 now comes to B4. And I don't think that taking on D2 is what Black wants to do, because then in that opposite color position, White has a very strong attack coming with F4. Already F4 now I think might be very powerful. So I think that maybe Guen is not being very consistent with the ideas that he had and maybe mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah, Van Guen in some trouble in this position. Edis Gurel has a good position. Here no move by Vincent Keimer. He's been thinking for quite some time. Shankland versus Liam Lay. What the hell? It's a huge advantage for Samuel Shankland.
And I first thought that the king on G1 looks a bit strange, but then I realized it's a queen on G1.
Oh, just the king and queen, like very happily
they always want
in the
to be
corner.
together. Yeah.
So nicely.
Maybe the other pieces should go away.
I think it's the first time I've seen king and queen castling. With rook E8.
Rook F1.
Also, now bringing everything together, knight e5 and c3.
But it seems like c3 is a big mistake.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that's working for white here is the bishop pair. Apart from that, if we see black has such beautiful pieces. So my question here is, what is a great move for black? I would say, I mean, rook a d8 definitely makes sense to get the rook into the center.
Rook a8 is absolutely one of the first thing that comes to mind. You're right. Is there something more direct for black?
Knight c4. Oh.
Also interesting.
Attacking the bishop and b2. But you can take, and does that really look... Yeah, maybe it's not bad, yeah.
Also
it kind of drops the edge, but...
I think maybe d takes e4 is more in the spirit of the position.
But then knight takes...
And then I thought maybe we could go bishop. Okay, firstly knight g6. I'll start with knight g6. And wherever you move, I'm going to go bishop d5 next. And look at your 3 pieces in one line, yeah? Something will drop.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
so this looks really good.
Overloaded there. So not knight e4, maybe I should take with the rook here.
But then again, yeah, then again bishop d5. That's what I thought as well, yeah. Visibly looks quite good for black.
So maybe this is the move. Oh, but he did play knight g6 here.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go knight g6. And then he wants to take on e4 next. Maybe that's what Liam has missed.
Because there is no square on this rank. So you either go to f3, but f3 may be met with bishop g4.
Yeah, so rook
f2.
And now just take the pawn simply on e4.
And no, you can't take. You can't take because of this problem. So that's the reason why you are pawn down.
Oh, so big miss by Liam after c3, knight g6. It seems like Shankland is much better.
Yeah, I have really been amazed with Shankland's play.
Oh my god. By the way, can we go to Prague's game? A lot of moves have happened.
We have to go to Anish's game. G4.
Wow.
Harshit,
completely crazy.
Please, whatever you are thinking Anish is playing.
Yeah. Maybe I should not say anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful. What
but
do you
I
think?
like it. I mean, I genuinely think g4 is in the spirit of the position because we've made a nice bathtub with d4, e3, f3 and g4, this pawn structure.
I could see a heart here.
Sagar bhai, you're always looking for love.
And you are looking at a bathtub. What is this?
We have different priorities. Yeah, knight f4, I mean g4 putting pressure on this f5 pawn. If the f pawn takes, h takes, and then the king... So, let me just show this, fg4.
Yeah, which is not, I think, a great...
hg4. And white's next idea will be king g2, rook h1, and suddenly the rook will join the attack. This looks very, very dangerous to allow. So, I don't think that he will capture f takes g4. But that means that white is putting more and more pressure on the f5 pawn. But also, in the Prague's game, look at this. d4, bishop b2, queen e7. Prague quickly played b5. And queen takes e2 played by Wei.
Wow.
What's happening here? Because
very sharp.
It's a very forcing position. And the next few moves might determine something very drastic.
So I would take the queen.
Would you?
Why not?
Because rook takes e2 and
then pawn takes c6. Because if you take my bishop, I take your bishop.
But then I feel like this is winning for you, yeah?
Winning for yes, rook c1.
And rook c8, yeah. So this is winning.
So maybe you save your bishop e6.
e6, yeah.
Yeah. And now I have to save my bishop because I could also think about some...
Because d3, d2 is also can come.
Bishop a3 maybe.
d3. But the advantage is increasing, yeah? So queen e2,
so this
just here, no other option, yeah? You think you should just take?
I mean, what else, no? Because you can play rook fc1, because then you put even more pressure on
the c6 exactly. Pawn. But I'm a bit afraid, but then d3 I have queen c3, yeah? And then I'm suddenly putting a lot of pressure on this diagonal as well.
Yeah.
Okay, this is actually...
But I'm very surprised, Harshit, that... Oh, yeah, it's a double. Actually, it was a double attack with queen e7, attacking here and here. So there was no way that you could even go rook e1 to defend this because he would simply snatch the pawn.
Yeah.
So I think Prague's move was basically forced, b5.
Queen
now-
e2, and white has a way to get a big advantage.
Yeah, it's either. I mean, the reason I was not playing this rook is because later on this a pawn would hang. So I wanted to get the other rook into the picture. Let's just look at what is the best move here. The best move is rook fc1. The second best move is queen takes queen.
Yeah, you know, I somehow feel that queen takes e2 allows black a lot of activity. Yeah, it allows black to get his rook on the 7th rank, and it just somehow feels a bit wrong. So I'm more inclined towards the move rook f to c1, putting more pressure on the c6 pawn and just keeping the position under control.
True. Okay, so we'll come back to this one. Meanwhile, with g4, Arvind is being put to test because yes, the position is very close to equality, but there might be only one way to do it. And by the way, we have Kimaya as the member, backer of Indian chess for 41 months.
Wow, thanks a
And
lot.
she's
Yeah.
actually a very young girl.
Kimaya?
Yeah,
Okay.
who's doing her CA, and she's rated player, and she's been supporting chess with
Oh,
all her
that's
stipend and all that she earns. So it's
that's
amazing.
really nice.
And for all the people who are watching Chessbase India for the first time, you should know that all the members on this channel, they go to support young talents.
Yeah.
So it's
Through
all
laptops, right?
Yeah, to get laptops for youngsters. So there is, if you become a member here, it goes for a good cause.
That's amazing.
So G4.
And we have almost 3.2 thousand people watching. If you can like the stream, more and more people will get to know about this and join the last 3 rounds of the Prague festival. It's getting really exciting now because it's unclear who's going to get the first prize here.
Yeah, no, it's this is the key.
This is the moment, yeah?
Okay, you have only one chance to find the best move for black. Can you do that, Harshit bhai? Because it is very clear that I'm threatening to win a pawn now on f5. Actually not, because take. Right? I'm not threatening to win a pawn because bishop e5, de and knight f5 is there.
Yes.
So actually it's not a big, there's no big
But knight
threat.
f4 is a threat as well.
And also is now, oh no, bishop d6, queen d6, gf5 could also be a threat.
Yeah, definitely.
A free pawn is a pawn. And fg4 is a terrible move because after hg4, as you explained, king comes up,
The
rook
rook is-
swings in and attack. So a very important moment.
No, it's a tough decision. It's not apparent to me what the best move for black is.
Go for it, but what is your intuition saying?
Somehow I'm attracted towards this move, knight f7, but I don't know if it would be smart to do it.
Knight f7, and if g takes f5,
Bishop e5.
bishop e5, fe6,
Oh, you have fe6. Queen g5 check.
but just king h1.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm attracted by. I don't know if it works. Does it work? Can we check?
Knight to c4. Okay, by the way, just to clarify this, gf, knight e5 or bishop e5, fe,
Yeah, maybe this is too
queen
much.
g5, and maybe even king f. No, king f2, there's queen h4.
Maybe king h1 and knight g1 and you're surviving. Because the queen from c2 protects the h2 square.
We have one of our
Suggestion,
viewers
yes.
here who's suggesting knight c4, attacking here and here. That's a great suggestion. In fact, it might be the best move. Wow. Amazing.
I have to say, it's like for me, it's a bit counterintuitive, to be honest.
Because you fear taking this?
Yes.
Take.
And I'm surprised. Yeah, and like knight f4 now, and it felt a little scary. But it seems like this is the way for black to continue. But what to do now, for example?
I mean, even if I go back.
No,
to
but
see it-
c4 is hanging, no?
Yeah. Otherwise, f5 is under pressure.
Maybe queen d7 is what you have to do. No, but it's not easy.
Oh, queen d7, knight e6, gf5, no?
Yeah.
Like take, and pawn down.
Yeah, so what to do after knight f4? Because
Yeah, this is the problem that Arvind will face in his calculations, and he might reject knight c4 because he might not see the resource here.
yeah, it's not easy, right? Like, what to do after knight f4? Like, the engine really likes this for black, but For me, the reason why I didn't like it was because of this idea of knight f4.
Yeah, that's true. Queen c4.
Queen
Maybe
e7.
I think Harshit bhai, you shouldn't be too like if I go bishop c8,
No, but
take.
okay. First of all, you are going back bishop c8. How can you
I'm
justify
just
that being?
taking advantage. I want like to take and move in with my queen here. That was the we were also like maybe bishop e5. There's knight e6. So that that works. No,
How? How?
queen h4.
Knight f8.
You have queen g2. So
Okay, so
or now I think this makes a lot of sense. Bishop g8. Just giving up this pawn.
because it's not yours.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just playing against your weakened king. But what else? No, like, okay, it's the best move. But I mean, it was by elimination. Because nothing else works, you play this.
Ah, there is a really strong point.
No, not
to it.
queen f5. Come on.
Why not?
Queen f5, bishop e5.
Okay.
Queen e5, rook e8.
Okay.
E3 is also...
Free pawn?
No.
Rook e3 is a
No. But I
if you take rook takes e3, guys, knight g6 is checkmate.
Beautiful.
Because the bishop on g8 is controlling the king from going to g8. And all of these reasons make
But what was
playing
the
knight
move?
c4
What was the
very-
move after queen h5? Just to end this entire calculation.
1 second.
Because it shows still as equal. I think queen f6 might be the move. Just stopping.
Yeah. And still attacking the e3 pawn. And after rook e1, black might even just take rook takes. Oh, bishop f7 is. Ah, yes, rook takes e3. No, what is the move?
g6. No?
No,
Oh,
there is
anyway,
something.
the
1
moves are-
second.
Wow.
What's the move? Black to play.
Oh, is the knight Knight is not. Oh, g5 and bishop f7. No?
Wow.
g5 and bishop f7.
That is nasty.
Trapping the queen.
And the pawn is trapped. It's not moving. Okay. g5, bishop f7. And this is really
Wow,
nice. Wow, the
wow.
queen is trapped.
Okay, this is all very tough
But it's
to
not
see.
tough to see from black. Exactly.
It's very tough
So
to
I
see.
think knight, if he plays knight c4, that would be a real miracle.
That just shows how strong Arvind is. You know, like he's then really in top shape. But g4 on the board. And knight c4. But there are also other moves which keep the equality.
By the way, g4 might not be the best objective move. Maybe like just b3 or rook c1 or rook a1 actually. Might have given white a bigger advantage.
But you said g4 and then Anish played it, you know, like you have to be careful here. Oh, by the way, Vincent Navara, we do see bishop e6 on the board. This happened. Bishop, like we had seen knight takes f7 here.
Yep, bishop h2. So we were very nicely predicting all the best moves. Bishop
And now
c4.
this also happened and this. Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
So we'll just,
No, Vincent Keimer's calculation top notch. Top notch.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible. Like there are so many pieces hanging. Like there are 1, 2, 3 pieces hanging right now. But it seems like black has everything under control. What's the biggest reason why this works for black? Because the king on h1 is very weak.
Yeah.
And of course, just to show the variation, queen e6, knight g5, attacking the queen and bishop. Black has queen g4.
Most likely it will end in equality, right? Like queen takes queen, knight takes.
No, black is slightly better because rook f8, black is going to threaten a checkmate on f1.
Yeah.
And with the king being a bit weak on h1, I think that black will push for a little while.
I agree.
So Vincent is slightly better right now.
Okay. By the way, Edis Gurel's rook is now very weirdly placed in the corner with rook on a2. But
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Instead of rook a2, do you think that I could sacrifice the exchange?
I mean,
with a move like, okay, I don't know if e5 works. Somehow I'm tempted by this, but I'm not sure
Because
if it works.
because you want your knight to come to e4,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, just to show that like something like this, white has very good compensation, right?
Wow,
Because
wow.
knight e4, bishop g5, knight h5 ideas, this looks so good for. Okay, instead of e5, can I go like queen h5? Like, I just want to sack the exchange. Is there a way for me to sack it in a good fashion?
But Eddie's is like, you
It's
know.
not mine, so I can do it, yeah.
Does black have to accept it though?
Yeah, also not. And also Eddie's says, I have all the benefits by keeping my rook
Yeah,
on the board.
yeah, he's like, okay, yeah, why should I give it? He just goes rook
Yeah.
a2.
Just keeping it simple.
True, and also the pawn on a5.
I love white's position actually.
Me too, for sure, because white like these pawns are doubled, and white has this some sort of an advantage of having these two central pawns. And if white can successfully push e5 without like
Losing the
without losing it, and then goes queen h5, knight e4, I think white's attack is going to be very hard to stop, because the rook on a8 is going to take at least 4 moves to come in the game.
By the way, Pragnananda has found the best
Oh
move
my God.
against Wei Yi. He has gone rook fc1.
Incredible.
And Prague showing why he is like clearly the favorite in this game, because he's now found this. The pawn cannot be taken as the rook is hanging. d3, we were talking about this move, but then we also saw that the queen could simply move up and create this very dangerous threat.
Exactly,
If
and
the
now
knight
the knight
moves.
is completely trapped on f5. bc6 remains like a strong threat. This is just amazing move by Pragnananda, and I think that Pragnananda is really confident in his position right now, because he's gotten up from his chair and way down to his last 25 minutes.
Yeah, and they have to make 20 more moves to reach move 40. I think Wei might just take on c2, rook c2, and tell me what you feel. Like, if I take here, you take the rook, rook takes, ab, bishop, rook a1, bishop a1. I can't take here, by the way, because of a back rank
But
mate.
let's say you go h6.
h6 or h6.
Or maybe f6 is better. Trying to just restrict that bishop f6, let's say.
Because now this pawn is weak.
Yeah.
Some chances
Some
to
chances
hold,
for a
but-
draw,
but
definitely.
I don't think you go voluntarily here.
Yeah, because like the thing is, like, it's possible that this is just completely
Yeah,
lost.
yeah, yeah.
So it's very risky to go for that position being way.
Look at Prague. He comes back. He's not. Yeah, he's coming back to the board.
Oof. It seems like we should already choreograph our next dance move.
What is the next dance move? What move?
I don't know if
No,
Prague
you
wins.
have to. You have to tell.
Maybe some football celebration,
Yes,
yeah, because
yes.
they won.
Hala Madrid celebration.
Yeah, so we'll run like this, and then, but it's hard to do it because they usually slip on the grass after they score a goal, and they do this, but we can't do it here.
Something easier. Do they eat something? Because we have some food there. Okay. But
Do a
yeah,
floss.
for,
Yeah, floss
for-
is easy.
For all our viewers here, we have this thing where we kind of celebrate certain wins.
Yeah, like we always felt that like after winning a chess game, players were always silent and they were not expressing it. So I always felt that like in chess, this should happen. Yeah, like imagine you win and you're like celebrate. I mean, why not? Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's a sport, and like after sitting down for 4 hours, you should be able to.
But you don't really solve that problem because you are a commentator and doing it. The player is still not doing it.
True.
But
At least,
at
yeah,
least the middle
yeah,
ground.
exactly.
Something.
So it could be exciting. Yeah.
Let's see if we. Oh, by the way, Arvind plays Queen E7.
Yeah, I think knight c4 was just too difficult to find.
But even this is a nice move. In fact, this is one of the best moves. And guys, the point here is, if pawn takes pawn, then I believe the idea is bishop takes bishop, or should we
Yeah,
start?
bishop e5 makes sense. Because fe6 runs into queen g5 check, and I don't think you want to allow that. Because the rook on f8 has also opened up. So this looks very scary. Very scary.
But if you don't take, like, if you take back here,
And then just
this
knight
is,
f5.
I'm so happy.
Yeah, this is even winning for black.
Yeah. So, queen e7. Now an important moment for Anish again.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he will go knight here?
Well,
I love this move. Oh, by the way, a big mistake has happened in Sam Shankland versus Lei Kwong Liam.
oh my god.
Because after knight g6, he did not move his rook, which we were talking about. But Liam played bishop c5. And
What?
look at the bar. It has dropped.
Well, queen g5, but just Sagar Bhai, the rook cannot move on f4. The d2 knight is hanging. He just blundered.
Free piece.
This is completely winning for black now,
Maybe
right?
h4. Also, you can just take queen f4,
No,
right?
but h4, I can...
Queen h6.
No, I cannot take queen f4, but just knight h4 or queen h6. Both look
But why
completely...
is queen f4 bad? I mean, that should also be very good. Like, look at this, like knight jumping in.
Yeah.
It's also good,
It's
but
also
not
good,
as
yeah.
good.
I think you can, I mean,
Just
simply
queen h6.
Queen h6 back. You just keep all the threats alive, like knight f4, knight h4. The rook, as we said, can't move because the d2 knight
Well,
is hanging.
I can't believe that Liam, who has been he also
Yes.
has 6 draws, right, here?
Yeah, he's a very, very solid player. He usually never gets into difficult positions, but here, I think all the trouble started after he played this move knight d2.
Yeah, he's also on 6 draws, just like Anish. And he's going to lose his first game here. I think there's no way he's going to save
Yeah,
this.
so Shankland actually, after playing this very interesting sacrifice yesterday against
Yeah.
Prague, is showing why he's actually one of the top players. Yeah.
No, Shankland in general, this tournament, he's been the big fighter.
Hmm.
He has had great positions against everyone, fighting left, right. I would say he's been the biggest fighter.
But this is very uncharacteristic, yeah?
Yeah.
To go bishop c5 in this position and just
No,
miss.
it's just a blank moment of
Happen-
blankness. Yeah.
And I think Liam recognizes it, yeah? You can
And
see
look
from-
at Shankland, he's staring at his opponent and
Liam
he's
was-
excited.
I mean, for sure. There's nothing to not be excited about because he's about to win a game with the black pieces. This is huge.
Yeah.
So I think Shankland is on his verge to win the game.
Yeah.
Pragnananda, I think, is definitely going to be
No,
someone
it's here we are seeing whether Prague's, what does Wei come up with, no? Like, there are some chances of sacrificing an exchange and Wei is known for his defensive
So
abilities.
do you think he will defend?
I feel like we have to look a little bit deeper into Black's defensive options.
But
here.
what do you think will happen? Do you think Wei?
I think to beat Wei from such a position, very tough.
I think he will win.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, I think draw maybe.
I think. What
No,
do you guys? Do you think Prague will win or draw?
Oh.
Yes.
Wow, our viewers, live
I've
viewers
got live.
are all...
I've got some support.
all,
You are all alone, Sagar bhai.
my reason for this is to win a game against Wei is super tough.
No, I mean I completely agree with that statement. I mean Wei is super solid, but look at the position. I mean, not only is he up 30 minutes on the clock, but his bishops are really very dangerous. Like both diagonals are completely controlled. The pawn on b5 can potentially come to c6 and c7. I think Wei has a very, very difficult task to draw this.
Yeah, let's see. Because I don't know what he will play also. Because there's a lot of problems here. But I think the best move, if I'm not mistaken, is to take the queen.
Okay, rook takes.
Rook takes and now take this pawn. This seems like the best way to continue according to the engines.
There's
Take
no way this
here,
happens.
Take here, AB, and now don't trade the rooks. Play rook e8. Or
No
rook.
way this happens.
Then this is maybe Wei, yeah?
Wei.
He's Wei.
Okay, I mean, if this happens, then he deserves to make a draw.
Yeah.
Because this is unbelievably difficult to evaluate.
But you know, when you are pushed to the wall, you kind of come up with a creative solution.
Yeah, true.
It's not like here he has too many options. He realizes that if b takes c6, like this is really bad position. The pawn will be super strong.
Yeah, but they say, right, necessity is the mother of
Yeah.
all inventions.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe he will come up with this
If he does
ingenious
this,
idea.
if he does this, there are chances of him holding, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Liam goes queen e3 here. And do you cash into the
Yeah,
with the rook?
I think we just take the rook. Take it.
Too soon, no? Or not?
I mean, if you don't take it now,
He'll
then the
just
rook
move.
will move back. So,
So take.
it's now or never. And if rook f4, I'm guessing.
Or just
I mean, you're just up on exchange, so you don't. I mean, I'm sure there are many moves that give black. I mean, just rook a8. Yeah, you're right. And black is just much better, close to winning actually.
oh, by the way, Vincent did find
all of
queen
this is
g4.
happening. Yes.
Yeah, this is a line we saw maybe 2 hours ago.
It's a bit too much, but
No, didn't we? We were in the first hour of our
Yeah.
commentary and we were like, oh, what if this happens, this happens, and something like this? But we were not sure, but it actually happened.
yeah. And I think that in this position, we are going to see Vincent trying to go for a win in
Yeah.
that endgame. But with accurate play, I still think that white has very good drawing chances. But I think we need to find a defensive mechanism for Wei.
Wei,
Somehow.
or do you want to find that for Wei, or do you want to find how to put pressure for Anish?
Actually, that's also very interesting because Arvind is also down to 22 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's a very complex position because if Anish is not accurate, it is very possible that Arvind takes over.
Yeah, true.
Because
true.
he has advanced his pawns. Like,
And Anish doesn't usually play risky chess.
I think today Anish knew that it's basically now or never. And he really wants to win today. That's why he's going very aggressive with g4. However, of course, if he played this move rook a to e1, he could have kept a balanced advantage, which I think was the better way to go for. But of course, g4 is very tempting.
No,
Like,
G4, like you play it with a lot of energy.
exactly.
And you feel like yes. And then opponent plays queen e7 and you're like, yeah,
And-
what a...
And now I think, Anish seemed a little unhappy actually there. Because he's unable to find a way to proceed. Because maybe he missed that bishop d6, queen d6, and now g takes f5, that black can actually sacrifice this pawn.
Bishop f7.
We did not look at this variation. White can just win a pawn, but Arvind evaluated this amazingly well, that he can perhaps just go back bishop f7,
Bishop h5.
bishop h5, bishop g5 potentially. is
Also
good.
rook e8.
This is in
E3 is under pressure.
absolutely no.
Wow.
This has been evaluated really well by, and that's why this move queen e7 is special.
Classy move.
By the way, bishop d6, queen d6, we of course saw bishop takes f5 is going to run into the same problems. You can't take with the queen, of course, bishop d4 disco. And if gf5, then the same problems with rook e8 and your e3 pawn is very weak.
True.
Incredible move, queen e7.
By the way, people are saying it's only 15 minutes left for Wei. Now this is getting very, in fact 14 to be precise.
And 19 moves to make. He has less than a minute for every move. I think, I mean, I don't know how Wei is going to...
No way, yeah? For Wei.
I mean...
No. Let's see. Let's see, guys. He will go down to the last second. Yeah, we have seen him do
he's
stuff.
a very tenacious defender,
Yeah.
but if he saves this one, then that will be insane.
big. Going to challengers very quickly to see what's happening. Nodirbek against Salgado. We see that the position is interesting and roundabout even.
I think white is
Maybe
slightly
white
better.
is slightly pressing. So Yakuboyev in the lead, doing stuff.
Doing the right things, yeah.
Meanwhile, Divya's advantage that she had out of the opening with white pieces has dropped. It's roundabout even.
And she should even be careful.
Very careful.
Because if the black knight comes to c4, it's
Yeah.
going to be very difficult
No,
for white
this is dangerous territory for Divya, and Jonas Baer really wants to win this to keep in race with
I
Yakuboyev.
hope Divya doesn't lose this because she's on 1.5 out of 6 right now. And if she loses this, it's going to be very difficult for her psychologically to be able to come back and play tomorrow. Because,
Well,
you
you
know,
have to.
No, you obviously have to, but definitely an unpleasant
No,
feeling
that's
for her to, come again and again and play against these opponents.
I agree.
Who are putting...
Every day you come, you face a strong opponent.
Exactly.
It's too much.
And obviously before the event, you're very excited to play all these top players, but sometimes it can be a bit frustrating.
By the way, Richard Stalmack versus Finek might end in a draw because of opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, true.
While Makun seems to have normal, interesting position.
I mean, white is up a pawn, but
No, black's position also looks nice.
I would almost always choose black
Yeah.
because of my king being super safe, the knight being able to jump to f4, your pawn on g5 is over advanced.
Yeah.
This actually, no, I think Stamatis has good chances.
And Moritzi also slightly better against Nemec.
So the thing is, with these kind of positions is that whenever the positions are equal, the games still never end in a draw because the stronger player somehow outplays their
Yeah,
opponent.
they just...
So I'm expecting Moritzi to somehow exchange the queens and then go with his king to b5. I think that white will have good winning chances.
Yeah. By the way, Harshit bhai, look what happened in the game of Shankland versus Le Quang Liem. He did take the rook as we imagined. And then knight came here, again threatening knight g6.
No, this is, this is borderline over. So I think we can safely say that Shankland is going to win this game.
11 minutes for Wei.
That's
Oh my
insane.
God.
And only 20, and like, if you think about it, until this move, until queen c to bishop d7, it was all theory.
Yeah.
So for the next 6 moves, basically,
No, I think Wei definitely after this tournament, if he takes into like consideration what happened, he'll say time management is the biggest thing I have to work on. Perhaps.
absolutely. I mean, if he had more time, if he had like half an hour more time in this position, I would rate his drawing chances 10-20% higher than I would rate it right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Because no matter how good of a defender you are,
Oh, he's about to play. Not really.
well, at some point he actually does need to speed up.
He's going down to a single digit. 9 below 10 minutes. Oh.
I mean, but what is he thinking? I think he's thinking about d3, but if he
D3
goes
queens.
d3 and doesn't exchange the queens, then I think I can like, I'm ready for any challenge that Prague will win. Because keeping the queens on the board with so much tension and only 8 minutes on your clock, there's no way Wei will hold that. If he exchanges the queens and goes for the line that you recommended, I
Yeah.
think his drawing chances are higher.
I think he's just assessing that end game. I feel once he takes his time, he will come to this and then we will be like, oh my God, Wei is such a genius.
Well, I hope you're right, because if this doesn't happen, then there's no way he's going to survive.
Also, this position is not a given that it's a draw.
This one, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's still a fight. Maybe
it's
g4 with
no,
bishop
I don't
d4.
want to go g4.
No, but then how do
But-
you defend?
Sorry, I don't
B5
have
is
to
it?
defend b5.
Really?
I can give b5 up and try to.
Rook a6, rook b6.
I definitely want to exchange the rooks, so I can go rook c1 perhaps, and if you take bishop b5, rook c8, and I can try to win in this endgame.
But I can even start with d3.
Ah, yes, that might be a bit unpleasant
And then
because
take.
you have d2 ideas. No, definitely very good drawing chances for black, but he has to find this. 8.5 minutes. I think. Do you think Wei purposely does this? Like goes down on clock and says and like makes his opponent think that okay, I'm going to win for sure, and then because his opponent is like so overconfident, it makes the drawing.
But he did lose like that to Vincent
Yeah, true.
in this tournament where he went down on time and then Vincent just made so many problems to
How
solve.
does he look so calm? Like if I had 8 minutes, I would be like, you know, what to do, let's play. Yeah? He's just so calm. Like it feels like he has 1.5 hours on his clock.
Maybe he forgot that he has only 8 minutes.
Maybe even for him, the time is like. No, I mean this is serious. I mean, like you know, we always talk about the chess position, but I think that this 40 minutes is equivalent to at least a pawn.
Yeah.
At least a pawn.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Combine that with the positional advantage that Prague has, this is.
When will he make his move?
I don't know.
When he'll go down below 5 minutes. Then he has to make 20 moves in 5 minutes, 19 moves.
I think we've had the same position for last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And we were the same question. What did Wei do? He didn't do anything.
No, he's not playing. And you are right. Like, can we go full screen on Wei? It's really surprising he's so calm. You really can't be so calm with just 7 minutes left.
I mean, if he holds this, I really want to ask him, like, what?
Yeah.
Like, how can you be so
Yeah.
calm? Like,
Yeah.
it's incredible. No, but it's insane. Like, it feels like the camera is frozen, no?
Is it? No,
no,
people are moving.
in the
Yeah,
background, but
yeah.
it is not even twitching. It's insane. Oh, finally, some expression. Oh my God. Okay.
Does he look at the clock? Hey, look at the clock. You are down to 6
Yes.
minutes. 6 minutes, 50 seconds.
No, this is insane.
For him, maybe it's just that, if I go down this line, my next 10 moves are going to be this. So let me just invest time now and then I'll play like 10 moves at one stretch.
Yeah, but the thing is, your opponent can surprise you, right?
Yes.
So, like, if you think that you're calculated like 10 moves in a row, but at some point your opponent surprises, you have to think again.
Yes.
It's not like you can calculate the whole chess game just at like. It's not like he calculated the whole draw from now.
True, possible, but
What do you think
there
it
is a term called, finishing the chessboard. Sometimes some players just completely finish it off, like all the variations.
Well, hopefully he finishes that off before the clock is finished.
He is now 6 minutes. He's down to 5 minutes, 59 seconds already.
Is it possible to know how much he thought for this move? Because I genuinely think it's been half an hour.
Yeah. No, not half an hour. He had 25 minutes or something, so 20 minutes.
22 minutes he's been
Wow.
thinking. Wow.
Way chilling, says the chat.
Way chill.
Yeah.
Yes.
15
15
minutes. But, I mean, he's just thinking. Come on.
Maybe someone should go and say hello, bhai.
Yeah. Someone needs to go and tell him he has only 4 minutes left.
Maybe if we scream a lot, then the voice will go upstairs. Yeah.
He's
about to make. Finally.
Oh,
D3.
D3.
Finally he makes the move.
D3. And this is where you had said that if this happens, you will do anything.
No.
Like if Prague doesn't win now.
I very strongly feel that
Yes.
Prague should win. Yeah.
Now, how?
Don't misuse my statement.
I think, Harshit bhai, maybe you always have loved doing push-ups, right? So maybe on the Charles Bridge, push-ups would be nice.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that's a fair. Bishop e5, d5, and some jump with the queen.
Could be because if you take D, it's the right move. Now if you play knight f7, f5 pawn is hanging, gf.
Oh, wait.
What?
If knight f7, gf5, black has
GF.
queen g5 business, no? No.
No, gf. Just take it back and then use the g file for your rook,
I think,
maybe.
like, what is something here? Queen h4? No.
Wait. Let's think.
Just bishop takes.
Bishop takes, huh? Could be.
Black has so many options.
Also, queen h4, not so silly, no? Queen h4.
Yeah, I mean attacking the knight, and then if the knight.
But why was queen g5 bad? Because of some tactics here.
Whoa.
Maybe queen g2.
Maybe it's just that the king comes to h2 and f4 is going to come with a tempo. I think that's one of the, actually, and also when the queen is on h4,
Yeah.
king
King h2.
let's say knight g5, the square on g5 that was controlled by the queen, knight g5 is a possibility
Beautiful,
now, and
beautiful.
then queen h3 and like.
But maybe that's not the move, yeah?
Well,
I don't know what.
maybe something like this is completely winning.
Rook
for
f3,
black
I
as
think.
well. Yeah, rook
Rook
f3
f3.
first. And the queen on h4 just helps because it also puts pressure on the h3 pawn, and now knight g4 check is also an idea. So this is why black is completely winning. But this means that if Arvind finds bishop e5 and knight f7, he's much better. And like the whole time we were saying that Anish is pressing, but Arvind was very sneaky today.
Oh, we are back, by the way. Oh, we are back. Wow. Guys, if you were in Prague, you would not have missed a minute.
We're only 8 hours away.
So, D now.
And knight f7, and actually guys, Arvind is better now.
Yeah.
According to the engine, and also we saw this idea that the queen can jump into h4 and black has taken over.
Oh, by the way, Prague's advantage has dropped
Oh no.
because he did take on e2, unfortunately.
But I mean, of course, I wanted, like, my challenge was if he goes queen c3, because like this is like queen takes e2 is like he just exchanged the queens.
Okay, I'll give it to you. You had said that if he doesn't trade queens, he'll win.
Yeah, because if you think about it, like black has 6 minutes. So if I am playing as white right now, I want to keep the queens on the board, and the reason for that is that I'm going to have so many attacking ideas. Like let's say bishop h3 at some point, just trying to get rid of that knight on f5, and I just immediately win. Yeah.
I don't know what is. Maybe he didn't. Sorry.
He took with the rook, not with the pawn.
He took with the rook here. Yeah, which is even better.
No, but this gives black excellent drawing chances.
Actually, I think what Prague may not have liked is rook takes pawn, because then after you take the rook, there is d2.
What?
And it's queening right here. So maybe Prague did not like this.
But after rook a4, did I have some bishop f1 business or?
No, you have to go like here, then rook a1, then rook a1,
Oh my god, this
then
is complicated.
d2. And I think it's precisely for this reason that here you have to find a winning move, which is the incredible bishop f3.
Yeah, just protecting the d1 square, and the bishop
Check.
on d7 is also hanging, king g2.
And you are winning.
Yeah. Not easy though. But I feel like Pragnananda having like 40 minutes on the clock could have definitely found this.
But then he didn't know that he's so much better. So he just took here, rook takes, pawn takes, bishop moved away, bishop c3 and rook c8. And guys, Wei, not so easy to subdue him. Seems okay.
Yeah, and obviously with the queens being exchanged, the time becomes a less of a worrying factor, because the moves are going to be a lot easier for black to find now. So that was definitely an critical moment.
Yeah, and
when
for all the people who are back, Harshit bhai, just to inform them that the issue was with YouTube,
Yes.
not with the internet here. So that's the reason why all the streams, I think, went off on
yeah.
YouTube. So we are back now and all is fine. So today's day, we are seeing that Gurel
Oh my
might
God.
beat Van Guen.
he has a huge advantage.
Huge advantage with white. Navarra and
Should
Keimer.
be end in a draw. Oh, wait, he didn't go queen d5 check?
No, he actually went
What?
king h2, not blundering, but giving up a pawn.
Yeah, that's very surprising, because I thought that after queen f6, queen d5 check, and if the king moves, we could just simply capture.
But he didn't like maybe rook d8.
But is it that dangerous? Queen f5. Maybe it looks scary, yeah? Yeah, maybe you're right. It looks scary. Okay, so he gives up this pawn on e4, but he still has very good drawing chances.
But yeah,
Because
good chances for Keimer as well.
If you think about it, Navarra is always defending this pawn down end games. Like he defended it against
Van Guen.
Guen. He also defended it against like Arvind or someone, if I'm not mistaken, like a pawn down rook end game. So I think I expect Navarra to.
Oh, by the way, Arvind finds the best
Oh my God!
move. But guys, Arvind
Oh.
Chidambaram.
This is sad news, I think, for Anish.
Yeah, look at this. He's actually
He's much worse.
no, but look what happened here. Bishop e5, de, knight f7.
No, this is I mean, I think that's the problem with a move like g4. You know, it can work out and then you look like a hero. But now, as things stand, Arvind just like is taking advantage of white over pressing on the king side, and suddenly his king is weak now. Queen h4 ideas are in the air.
Yeah, this one which you just mentioned with queen coming in on g4 and then knight jumping to g5 are great ideas.
Yeah.
And suddenly, guys, always remember pushing pawns is something that you can never take back. I
Yeah.
always remember like pushing pawns like getting angry and speaking words in anger. You can never take them back.
That's true.
Yeah.
But
So-
the good thing is that you can also say some good things and
Yeah, no, saying things in anger.
yeah, true.
So never say anything in anger because you can never take it back, just like pawns.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yes.
So knight f7 and Anish is thinking. Do you think Anish recognizes that something has went wrong, or do you think he's still
100%.
hitting? Yeah.
Anish's spidey sense is very strong when he's in trouble. So he would want to pull the brakes right now. Just the problem is he can't find the brakes. Sometimes you just take so much risk that the brakes are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, I think something has drastically went wrong with White's position, and if Anish loses this game with the white pieces, I think
then it's his tournament is to win.
Then
it is gone.
To win the tournament is completely out of the window. But he actually should be careful that he doesn't
lose another.
Exactly.
And then when you face Prague in the last round, that's also a big problem.
Also, on the other hand, Arvind, who's playing with the black pieces on the top of the leaderboard right now.
No, imagine Arvind wins and Prague cannot win this.
So he's going to be the sole leader.
Then Arvind becomes sole leader.
With 2 games to go, I think he has... and how would you have rated Arvind's chances to win the event before?
I mean, if you look at statistically, Arvind has won all the super tournaments he has played. He just played one. At Chennai Grandmasters. So he knows how to do it, but yeah.
Oh, if someone just saw the statistic 100%, they would be like, oh yeah. No, but just for everyone to know, it's his only second time playing in such a strong invitational event and playing against the likes of Anish, Pragnananda, Kaimer, Wei, Lekwang Lem, who've established themselves as really strong players. This is an insane result that he's shown so far.
Yeah, but let's see if he manages. I'm actually very curious to see if he can convert this. I do feel the momentum is on his side, but the time is a little low. He has to make 18 moves in 12 minutes.
And do you remember the last time he was there when he won a game? He's like, I don't know what's happening with my life.
But look at him right now. Can we zoom in? Can we go full screen on Arvind?
I think he must be like, how is this happening? I was just being...
No. Right now he's calculating. I think he's not thinking, how is this happening? Come on. But he's so honest. Guys, the thing is, I remember when he was around 26, 20 or so, once in an interview, he said that I just need to become more professional in my chess. And I was like, what does that mean? And he was like, I need to be more disciplined. I need to sleep on time. I need to eat better and all of that. Yeah.
I think,
and he did it. And next couple of years from 2600 player, he has reached 2750 now.
The transition was so smooth for him.
But it's a lot of effort.
No, I mean, obviously, for an out, it looks so smooth in the way that it just went up. Yeah, from 2670, 80 to 2740, 50 happened so quick. Obviously, it requires a lot of effort, but the time span in which he broke that barrier is just incredible.
Right.
And he won Chennai Grandmasters last. He also performed really well in some of the online events. And here, playing against Anish with the black pieces, it's incredible.
Big game. Yeah, let's have the board. And just to show our viewers that G takes F5, which is the most natural move, runs into Queen H4.
Which I'm sure Arvind has seen.
And if you save the knight with your queen...
GF5. And the rook is going to...
Do you think GF5 or knight E5 suddenly
I think GF5, rook G8 and let the rook on F8 say hello from G8, yeah?
Yeah. Hello from the other side.
I must have... No, this is incredible. Knight F7 and Queen H4 coming in. I think, look at Anish right now.
Arvind is excited, no?
For sure, yeah. You can see, yeah.
A little bit excited. And meanwhile, Prague did, after bishop c3, rook c8, he's trying to figure out if there's any way to increase his edge.
But also Shanklin completely winning, right?
Shanklin, nothing changed. He's exchange up now.
And technically one endgame.
Technically one, yeah. It's just complete exchange up. You have 2 minor pieces and just a rook here for a bishop.
And Gurel?
Edis is winning.
Winning, yeah.
Almost really seriously better. Because black's pieces are just all misplaced, huh?
Yeah, and I expect knight g3 or even knight d4. Why to g3? Even knight d4 is a possibility.
And then f5, and then the rook joins.
Maybe knight g3 is better though, because I can also go to h5. Do you think knight g3 will happen?
Yeah, he's just gone back. Bishop f8, knight g3 or knight. Actually, I also like knight d4, knight f5.
Yeah, knight d4, g6. Stopping knight f5, but e5. Yeah, it looks dangerous. And if knight e7, you can go e6 actually, just to show that, and just completely break open the position. Fe6, and this looks very dangerous. Bishop e5 ideas. Yeah. What's the best?
I don't know why this is so much better though. For example,
Well, it's because black has a doubled pawn, no, on c7 and c6, and white
then
has
the
a clear.
structure.
Yeah.
And maybe d4
For sure, d4, e5 is a possibility.
So Eddie's doing well. Kaimer Navara, interesting.
I mean,
Could
it's
it
possible
be?
Vincent wins, by the
Could
way.
it be that we have 5 decisive games today? That would be something.
That would be insane. Like after
Yeah.
5 draws yesterday, imagine 5 results today.
Yeah, it's possible. Possible. Can we quickly check challengers and see what's going on? Anyone having serious chances? Nodirbek is pressing against Salgado, having a nice position with his knights here, but he's maybe given up an exchange.
He's given up an exchange, yeah, for a very strong central pawn on
but
d6.
this is hanging.
And
Maybe queen e6, yeah?
what?
No?
Queen e6.
Yeah, I mean ED, CD.
How did you find that move so quickly? Knight.
Because I saw like queen h7 looks really passive. I mean, otherwise I have to.
I'm a bit afraid. I'm not sure. For me, it was not that easy because queen e6, knight c6.
Maybe it's terrible move.
Yeah, knight c6 for.
He played it.
What? No way. What are you doing?
But it's a poor move.
Yeah.
But okay, I guess knight c6 is the move.
Yeah, I am
Not ED. Because if you take ED, which I think also Salgado wants,
You just
then
set up
CD.
trap, yeah.
It's a nice one.
But knight c6, no,
I mean, Nodirbek will just take knight c6.
yeah, I mean,
And
very surprised that actually Salgado went for this because
look at
he was surprised.
What
Yeah,
is
what
this?
is this? Knight
What is this?
c6?
Yeah, just,
Blunder by Salgado.
yeah. We came at the right time, yeah?
Yeah.
And also, it's like Salgado, I said queen e6 just as a random move and played it.
Divya is much worse.
Yeah. I think Divya's position very tough because look at the black's rooks, beautifully positioned. Also, black is a pawn up for now. Can lose it, but maybe you can keep it as well with a3,
Yeah.
rook b3, a2, rook b2. I don't know, something.
No, I actually feel for Divya in this tournament. She has 1.5 out of 6, and it's very difficult, yeah, to play against like 2,600 opponents every single day.
I agree. But just take it as a great challenge and just continue this. It will be a huge learning experience. Like you are investing your rating points to get experience.
But then this question comes, right? Because at some point you want to get confidence. So should you at some point play in tournaments like open category where you can win a few games and then get your confidence back? Because I can definitely feel that if I played against only 2650 players and have a very bad result, I would just be like, I'm depressed, yeah? Like I'm just losing game after game, no confidence. Instead, you could play in some open category and win a few games. So there's also that question.
I think after this event, she can choose something like that. Like she could play maybe some event. But
oh, by the way, Wei made a big mistake.
what? Wow. Unbelievable. What happened here? Rook d1 and Wei time, maybe the time got to him. Yeah, he played bishop c4.
Wow.
But it's not so clear because he just defends the pawn.
Well, maybe it's too slow. Maybe rook a b1 simply attacking the pawn on b6 might be a good move.
Aha.
No?
Yeah, rook a b1 attacking here. Or do you think bishop moves up? Or maybe bishop h3 something?
Oh, bishop h3. No, I think rook. My intuitive feeling is rook a b1 is the best move.
Yeah, but it's not. Maybe there's something else. It has to be a little bit more layered, right? Because otherwise Wei would spot it. Bishop f1, rook c2, bishop d3, bishop d3.
No, bishop d3, rook takes c.
Yeah, rook c3. Bishop f5.
F5.
Ah, bishop f5. Okay. Wow, bishop f1. But even bishop f1.
No, I think for the problem with bishop f1 is rook c2, bishop d3, bishop takes d3, rook takes d3, and black just goes like h6 or something like this. And the c6 pawn is very tough to defend, and the bishop was like, if you move the rook, then the bishop is hanging. So I feel like maybe black could do this and like salvage.
Yeah,
into a
bishop
draw. But
f1 looks nice, but we want that bishop to be more active. But it's all about precise calculation.
okay, there's also don't forget we have the option of going a5 and bringing a rook in the game. Maybe a5.
Yeah, nice.
Because
nice.
if you don't take, I'm going to have another
No,
passed
I'll
pawn.
take, I'll
I'll
take.
take,
Of
and
course
then
I'll
I'll
take.
bring my rook in the game. And then maybe
Or take with the bishop maybe, threatening c7. That
Okay,
could
that's-
be something
that's a bit difficult to be
to
honest.
assess. It's
Yeah,
not
because
easy to
it was
assess.
like,
No, but
you always
but-
want to take with the rook,
But
right?
Harshit bhai, after bishop a5, I have c7 and bishop b7, winning material, no, trying to queen.
Yeah.
So my two bishops and pawn super strong. But okay, a5 is one move. I think there are some other possibilities as well.
No, it's
no, it's only move.
Actually, rook a b1 is also very logical.
Second best is rook
I think
b1.
rook a b1 will happen.
Okay, we'll come back here because some move has
Oh.
happened here. Knight f7, Anish played his pawn to f4 and Arvind very quickly jumped with the queen to h4. Maybe not, there was this possibility to win a pawn, right?
No, I think queen h4 is good.
But why not win a pawn? It's nice.
King g2, rook h1, I mean,
possible.
it's risky. It's risky to take that pawn because rook, and suddenly white will be the one who starts his attack. I think knight h6 is the best move here.
Knight h6. Crazy. Rook
And
h1,
going
knight
f5.
f5.
Exactly, trying to have a blockade.
Interesting.
But queen h4 is very, very practical.
But I think queen g2, now fg.
Exactly.
Now fg. What is the move here? Why is this? Because it looks so natural. But actually white is now closer to equality.
Yeah, the clock is also getting around equal 14 minutes for Anish, 12 minutes for Arvind.
And meanwhile,
He
Pragnananda...
played rook b1, yeah.
Did he play?
Yeah.
What? Ah, rook a b1.
Yeah.
He didn't find a5.
Yes, I just thought, for me, just also rook a b1 was super natural. Just
Right.
trying to bring the rook in and attacking the b6 pawn. And I still think he still keeps his advantage. And Wei still needs to solve his problems with 6.5 minutes on the clock. I still rate Prague's chances quite highly.
I agree. With that last error that Wei made with bishop c4. What was his better move instead of bishop c4 here? Could he have played something with rook c2 maybe, no?
Rook c2,
Rook c2, rook d3.
bishop c4, that might have been an idea. Very nicely spotted by you.
c4. No, I didn't spot bishop c4. Rook c2. Oh, nice one actually. Maybe it's the move. Can we see?
Yeah, rook c2, rook d3 and bishop c4.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not easy. But yeah, that was the best
Well,
way
if you
for...
had time, you would.
Exactly.
And Wei invested his time at the wrong, like, rook c2 on the board.
Oh, he plays rook c2, yeah?
Yeah.
Which is, of course, the best move. And maybe bishop e5?
You know what could be a nice move here?
a5, yeah?
Yes.
Insane.
Because if rook c3,
Oh la la.
AB6.
AB6 and
And
these
you have
pawns
these
are
two.
incredible. I think a5 is a fantastic suggestion, Sagar bhai.
a5 very likely because we saw a5 was right in the previous line, so we can
Oh,
play it.
that's fantastic.
But rook a b1 and then a5,
and if ba5?
just bishop takes.
Or even c7 is... but c7 maybe not so good. Yeah, just takes.
Yeah, and c7 next, and rook b8, and bishop b7, and
Yeah.
bishop h3.
Yes.
Nice chances. I think Prague has to go a5 now. If he doesn't play a5, maybe black is back.
By the way, king g2 played by Anish.
Whoa.
So he wants black to capture the pawn on g4 so that the h file opens up for the rook.
But the bar has dropped considerably. I don't know if it's human. Let's look at it in a more human sense.
Can I go d4?
Oh, to get your bishop from the other side.
Mm-hmm.
That's very cool idea.
Seems interesting, no?
Very cool. But then
You don't like it, yeah? Sorry? If d4, e4, then the bishop is at least blocked, I thought.
FG, HG.
Yeah, the bishop on
But
p3
then
is
this,
blocked, yeah?
yeah, possible. Actually, but what if the simple move, no? Let's start with the simple.
Okay, hg. And my rook is
It's-
coming to
it's
h1.
winning for white.
Yeah. I mean, let me just show this. Like if queen g4,
Yeah.
rook h1, let's say you play rook g8, and now white can go drumstick. There's another simple move. Simple chess. Simple chess is the best chess.
No.
Bishop e2, exactly. Bishop to e2 traps black's queen on g4, has nowhere to go. So you have to be alert about all of these tricks.
No. Good one.
King g2 is a very nice practical move.
Yeah.
I'm very curious. Can we try d4?
It's
Yeah,
not
not-
the best. But then what is the best move?
Oh.
No,
la la.
no.
I think I know what's the best move.
Not G5, right?
Yeah, g5 is not good.
G5, GF, and
No,
then
but g5, there is knight takes f5.
yeah, it's just terrible.
It's too much. You can't go g5. So what to do then? What to do? Sagar bhai, very focused.
Yeah. No, this is too tough. Too tough. I was wondering if we can sack a piece. Knight takes E5. FE, FG. Oh, it's better.
What?
What? No way.
But after knight e5, there might be some intermediate move. G takes f5. Oh, no, knight e5. Oh, again, white to play.
Trap the queen, yeah, somehow.
No, why? That's not the only question I ask. Pin and win.
Queen C3, yeah.
Pin and win. Exactly. Pin the knight on e5 to the king, and this is, you can't capture on e5. So Arvind actually down to less than 10
knight
minutes.
G5? What?
No way, he played it.
No
What?
way. Is that the
Cannot
move?
believe.
What? Oh, it's the best
What?
move.
What?
What a move.
Look at Anish, he's completely frozen.
No, we
No,
are
this is
frozen.
insane. What?
I can't believe it.
It's a mouse slip.
Well, what's up with Arvind, man? What a move. What a game. Okay, no, 1 minute. First, FG.
Wow.
Oh, it's the same concept. FG now. Take the... And earlier the knight was getting pinned.
God.
If, just to show, if take here, it's completely winning position for black.
Yes, but there is queen c3, which was
Yes.
the problem.
So Arvind is like,
Oh
I
my
understand this
God.
concept. So I'll go here, FG, FG. And now this is hanging, so you take here.
Bishop takes g4.
Bishop takes G4, threatening stuff here.
Oh my
And if you go with
God.
your rook, suddenly the
F3.
bishop comes here and you are busted.
Sagar bhai, this is the game of the tournament perhaps. After this move, knight to g5. Insane.
No, this Arvind Chidambaram is showing
Arvind
his
OP
class.
in the chat.
Yeah, Arvind OP for sure.
Unbelievable.
This is too good. Too good.
But like he prepared all of this, yeah? Like he saw this move before, I think.
No, I mean...
This is, mind-boggling.
And Anish knows that he's this close to losing this now. Because this h3 pawn is hanging.
No, I think Anish just cannot believe. Like, what? Like, how did that knight come
If
to
rook
g5?
h1...
Well, just maybe, that's a good question actually. Maybe fg4 now? Oh, he played it. He played
Yeah.
rook h1. Knight e4 is also an idea, by the way.
Okay, let's not sell it cheaply. Yeah?
d4! Blitzed out! What?
What a guy!
Where is this coming from?
What? He's playing
He's
like...
coming from everywhere.
He's playing like Mikhail Tal.
What? Immediately, yeah?
He's leaving all his pieces hanging and creating new pathways. No way is this happening. Look at Anish. He's like, what? You know, like Anish is in this state where something is leaking. He goes to fix it and boom, from somewhere else.
Exactly. And if f takes g5, maybe he just wants to take d takes e3, so that the f pawn rolls, bishop d5 check is coming. This d4 concept is just completely incredible.
No, you had thought of it at some point.
I
yeah?
did, but like to
No.
make it work in a classical game with so much at stake
this
is just
is-
insane. And he didn't even flinch.
This is Arvind's immortal attack. It's happening, guys.
Oh my god.
And I can tell you guys, Anish may not be the most aggressive player, but to beat him this way, not many people achieve it.
No, and what a what a way to establish himself in this tournament. Many people have not heard of Arvind. You know, like I know some players from here who are asking, "Oh, what are your insights about him?" But I mean, his play speaks for itself. He's a genius. I mean,
too good.
D4. I don't know what to say.
No, if we take the pawn, the bishop just comes
Jumps
here
into D5 and it's all over.
and it's game over.
Unbelievable.
So, E4 maybe, trying to shut down some things.
Arvind said, "I don't know what's happening with my life," and here I don't know what's happening with his moves.
Yeah, this is...
Like FG4 rook is coming in. Crazy.
And also with the idea of this is not just to get the bishop here, but also weaken the
Soften the
F4.
F4 pawn. Exactly.
And you rightly pointed out, if FG,
Just
not check because of E4, right?
No, just D3. Just capture that pawn on E3 so that F4 becomes a very, very vicious threat as well. And F3 check, this is insane.
Okay, Harshit bhai, try to put on your hat and think like Anish. What is the best defense for white?
No, I think in this position, I don't even want to make a move. I just want to watch Arvind play this game because it's like insane. No matter what move I play, I feel like he's going to blitz out his next move.
Okay, while look at the time now. Anish is below
He has
Arvind.
8 minutes.
He has 8 minutes. While we quickly go and check what happened with Prague, he did not play A5 here. He played bishop A1. Knight went back to E7, attacking the C6 pawn. He chopped it off, and F6. So still winning chances intact for Pragnananda, but also drawing chances there for black.
A5, A6 could be an idea.
I like white's chances.
Bishop
though.
H3 can suddenly sneak in the bishop from that diagonal, also possible.
It's like oh, by the way,
Oh, by the way,
no move. I was like,
What about bishop c4?
where?
bishop C4
Here,
now.
bishop C4.
Interesting.
But this bishop is not hanging, right? Can't we take D now?
D, so that if FG5, you go F4.
Same thing.
Oh my
Maybe
god.
take
No,
here
F4
and F4.
directly, yeah?
F4.
This is huge. F3 check is coming. Oh, by the way, Gurel completely with it.
My god.
Completely.
My god.
If F takes E5, he wants to go rook AF2.
Yeah, just
And if knight D6, white to play and win. Can you find this move for white? There is a better move. Exactly. Rook to F7.
ooh, crazy.
Deflecting queen's protection of the G7 square,
Interference.
and white is winning. Oh my god. Gurel
Look,
also.
look at the rook on A8. Never could even move in the game.
I mean, today we are seeing such decisive and
And,
aggressive chess.
Vincent Keimer really having a huge advantage. Guys, the dream of 5 decisive games
Shankland winning with
may
black.
come true today. What a day.
Wait, what? Arvind? Okay.
No, Arvind D4.
Okay, let's stick to this game right now. Because 6.5 minutes for Anish. Just to update that Gurel is close, completely winning.
You know, Harshit bhai, I've just switched on the engine line. And I can tell you, the best defense is FG, only defense.
D.
DE and Rook HF1. This is the only defense for Anish to find, because after F4, some knight E4 business.
And bishop D5 now. Maybe just pin it, yeah? And
Bishop
threaten
D5.
queen G3.
I know you can push the pawn maybe because the rook's hanging.
Which one?
Oh, F3 check also. Very nice suggestion. Yeah, completely. Instead of bishop D5. F3 check. So that the rook on E1 will be hanging in the end of the variation. Also possible. This is getting super exciting. But right now, Anish has to find a move because 5 minutes.
No, actually, the thing is, even if Anish has some defense, he's completely shaken up.
Yeah.
Because two moves when they come on the board that you have not seen,
And that too back to back.
You start to doubt yourself that I can't see anything here.
Exactly.
What's going on?
Guys, 6,000 people watching. Do like the stream so that they can see this insane game by Arvind.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, you are seeing something special happening at the Prague Masters here. Arvind Chidambaram is playing a great game, and I do get this feeling that he won't go wrong here. I think he will finish this.
I think the hardest thing to do is not to play with black but with white right now. Because how do you defend? I mean, your king is on g2, your opponent is not caring about the pieces and just going all in towards the attack. And it's also working. So what to do? People are saying King Arvind. I mean, the way he's playing is just incredible.
But let's wait for this, because there could be some defensive ideas that Anish has.
By the way, it's 25th move right now, so they need to make 15
more moves for Anish in 5 minutes. That is very tough in this position.
And that Edis Gurel is another player who's really been very, very impressive in this event. He's about to win his game.
Yeah, we should ask our director if Arvind's game ends. If we can get him at any point, we should, but it's still a long way. Oh,
FG5 played.
It's the best move.
It's the best move.
Best move found by Anish. Now, very important here, not to give this check, right? If you give this check, maybe e4 is the move.
I don't want to
allow
you to. I don't want you to be able to block, definitely. So I think d3 should be the best move.
Yeah, he played it. d3 on the board.
Instantly. Yeah, instantly played it.
And by the way, Kalpak Raut, who's been member for 50 months, says Arvind is creating memes over the board because he's very well known on his Instagram account for creating memes. King of 64 squares is his Instagram account. That too in Tamil he creates. So it's very tough for people to understand. But very nice ones.
Yeah. No, I mean, he definitely has a special talent.
For what?
For playing chess and maybe also for making memes. I don't know about that, but I do know in chess, I mean, d3, what? I don't think rook f1 will happen.
No, the first thing that has happened after d3 is that now there is no e-pawn to block. And so this is a big threat to give a check.
Yeah. In that sense, actually, maybe rook f1 can be found because bishop d5 check is attacking your rook. So maybe rook f1 and also protecting against f4, f3
and now
check.
What about fg3, fg4?
No. I want to keep the connected
But
pawns.
why? Like, what is the problem? Is it just take back? Yeah, you want to keep.
Yeah,
I mean f4 is
because
correct.
maybe h4 and rook take or rook into e3 directly may be also possible.
No, this.
No, just go come back king g1. I mean, I think rook e3 might be a move. Yeah, and you basically get control of your king somehow. Yeah, but I think f4. You want to keep connected pawns.
And Anish is right now a piece up.
Anish is a piece up right now, but it's not about the piece. It's about king safety.
So and gf5 there is bd. No, gf5, bd5, bishop e4, right?
So what is the move after gf5?
Yeah, gf5.
Maybe just gf, yeah?
Yeah, gf.
And try to have your idea with f4 intact. And also now the g file opens
now
up for
you
the
can't
rook.
take knight f5 because of check.
Also, now that you opened the g file for the rook can sometimes swing over to g8 and join the
And
party.
what if bishop f5? Is
bishop
it
f5,
stupid
bishop
or?
takes f5, knight takes and just queen g5 check now. Because knight g3 runs into rook f2 check. Very, very dangerous.
Crazy. You lose the queen.
Yeah. So d3 and with 2.5 minutes on the clock, Anish is under severe pressure.
Meanwhile, guys, Pragnananda is thinking. He's thinking for his move.
Oh, he played. He did not. What? He took gf5.
Oh, yeah.
But that's a big mistake.
I mean, gf.
Yeah, but you know what the biggest reason is? That in this position, instead of gf5, if you played rook f1, after f4, the bishop is closed.
Yeah.
However, now, after gf5, rook f1, f4, the pawn on h3 is going to be hanging. Big difference.
And also, Arvind, the speed at which he's making his moves just is intimidating. I mean, he's just playing the moves quickly and Anish's time is just going down. He's down to 2 minutes, while Arvind still remains at 10.5 minutes.
And don't forget that he's doing this against Anish Giri, who's perhaps one of the most solid players. And with the black pieces, no one saw this coming.
And I also feel like Arvind senses this. You can see his body language very confident now.
It's hard to say from his face.
No,
I mean,
he's
he's always
confident.
very, he looks like such a gentle kid, a gentle person, but he comes on the board and he's so aggressive, yeah?
True. Guys, just checking. Prague, by the way, makes a small error. After f6, he plays the move bishop e4. He wanted to win this pawn. But actually, the better move instead of bishop e4 here was bishop b2 somehow to get the bishop here.
That's a bit strange, a bit.
Very tough, very tough. All these tough moves. But the moment he played here, very quickly, rook e2 found by Wei, which is the best move.
Yeah.
The point being, if you take here, I can take. In fact, you lose the game after check and this.
No.
So, I think Wei might just be able to hold this. Wow. So while Pragnananda might...
Okay, let's go to Giri game. 1 minute, 10 seconds on the clock. And you were saying that if Prague draws and Arvind wins, Arvind takes the sole lead, right?
Yeah, this is very, very key moment in the tournament.
Yeah, Prague, Arvind is definitely trying to make sure that he finishes this game off well, because so far his play has been majestic.
Yeah.
But to win a winning position sometimes is the hardest thing to do in chess.
I agree.
But in this position, I think it's a lot about...
It's just flowing, no?
It's flowing, yeah.
Moves are flowing. You don't have to really worry. Sometimes it's just like that.
Man, would I love to...
Anish, 27 seconds.
No, but what to do? I mean, it's not about... I just don't know what the move is.
Yeah.
Even if with 20 minutes on the clock, I would just be so scared right now. Like, my king is so weak. He's coming f4, f3, rook e3.
Rook e3 taken. But f4, no?
f4, yeah. I mean, it's falling apart.
But Arvind, does he give a check or does he play f4? Are both moves same?
Maybe check first is accurate, actually, because f4, rook f3 might be stabilizing for white. Or no? Also lost. Because I thought bishop d5, there's bishop e4.
Yeah, but just fg3.
Yeah, you're right. And rook f8, rook takes f8, rook f2 check is huge threat.
As you rightly pointed out, this rook cannot participate in the game because the h3 pawn is under pressure.
Exactly. That's why gf5 was a crucial mistake, I think. Oh, he goes f4.
He plays f4. He doesn't even think.
He doesn't think.
Because bishop d5 maybe was also possible, but
no,
not
actually,
the best.
Maybe knight e4 is or something, yeah? No, what's the draw? King h2 simply. I don't know. It's not easy to understand this position. Bishop e4 or what? No. Okay. Something, yeah.
Maybe king f.
Oh, by the way, rook f3, f takes g3. The line that we were mentioning
Rook
has
f3
happened.
is the move here. Okay, insane. But he took, and now Anish quickly played his bishop to e4.
And maybe just take on f3 and go rook f8 now. Just join, let the rook on 8 join the attack as well. Like rook takes f3, bishop takes f3, rook f8. And now I'm also threatening rook takes f3 and bishop d5 check, by the way.
But I will...
you can't move this rook. No, that's the problem. If you go queen e2, I still just take on f3.
It.
Exactly. Just take it, chop that bishop, bishop d5, finito.
Game over. It's over.
It's over.
If he just finds rook f3, right now if we go to the live board, if he just finds rook takes rook, bishop takes, and play rook f8, it's over.
Yeah.
Rook f3.
No. After
Queen f3. Queen is hanging.
queen e4, rook f4, and then rook takes f3.
Ah, nice.
Bam, bam.
Intermezzo there. Bishop f3, rook f8, planning to take here. You come in to trade queens.
I say, no, sir. Rook to f4.
And once you go back, now take it.
This is
and
insane.
If king f3, because queen f3 we saw there is bishop d5.
It's the same.
If king f3,
the same,
just check.
And pick up the rook.
At the very least.
Yeah. I
Or
think that's
maybe
no,
it's
that's the best. I think.
It's the best.
Yeah, Anish is, and Anish knows he's lost now. I think. Black is not even down a piece, by the way. He's like the material is equal and the attack continues.
Yeah. Also not down a pawn.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Rook F3, Bishop F3, Rook D8 is also completely winning because Rook D2 check is coming and there's no way for you to stop it. Also, like Queen E4 now.
So what's the point? How Rook D2 is coming? I will just take your Rook. No?
Sorry, I mean if the Queen move like. You can't move anything is my point. Like you can't move this rook, h3 pawn hangs. You can't move the queen because rook d2 is coming and I just bring like one more piece into the party.
And maybe queen f4 or something.
Absolutely. Absolutely. That was my idea. Like queen f4 and rook d2. So this is also completely winning. So it's not just one variation that is leading towards the winning position. Sam is saying give him the trophy already.
No, I mean, best game prize is
Oh,
for
it's
sure.
clear,
Like,
yeah.
just give him now.
No, but
Don't wait till tomorrow.
Before you make your move, we would like to present you. And now he's taking his time, yeah? Incredible.
Yeah.
When it was only moves, he played it immediately, and now when he...
Bhakti says Arvind should win this tournament to get more global attention for better invitations in future. True. I mean, the best way to get invitations, of course, is that you do well.
Yeah.
But then again, the number of top tournaments are not so many, and players are many, so it's not a given that you would always get it.
But by the way, like for Arvind to play in this event, I
Yeah.
mean, and like if he goes on to win,
Yeah.
he's definitely going to get a lot more invitations
for
now.
sure,
But like, besides, if he just had a normal event like +1 or something, you know, people might not have noticed him. But now with this game,
No, game quality.
Game is in like also the fighting spirit, the way with which he's played. I think this is
And
insane.
by the way, he's at 2740
Oh my
right
God.
now. If he wins, he will cross Vishwanathan Anand on the live rating list, which is, I think, a huge thing for any Indian player.
It's also emotional, right?
Yeah,
because as a kid, you were always looking up to Vishwanathan Anand, and obviously he doesn't surpass the stature at which Vishwanathan Anand is, but
course.
also to still surpass him in the rating is a huge moment for any Indian.
I guess if you talk about stature, maybe
Yeah, there's
no player might be able to do it instantly. But yeah, 2-7.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, Anand is one of the biggest inspirations and like one of the persons who has revolutionized the growth of Indian chess, especially in the southern part of India. Rook takes
it,
f3. Yep.
Takes it.
Yep.
Bishop takes.
I think rook f8.
No, rook f8. I
yeah,
think very likely.
Rook f8. Yeah.
Rook f8. It's just straightforward, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it will happen.
Sometimes it's just nice not to commentate, yeah?
Just look at them. Yeah, rook
Yeah,
f8.
rook
yeah,
f8.
you know, yeah, it's like we already knew. Like we both knew it's coming, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. And he'll play queen e4. I think that was a great suggestion. I think Anish will play queen e4.
and rook f4.
Arvind will play rook f4 and he'll resign. That's how I predict the game to end. I mean, I didn't see it.
I think no one saw it. Only Arvind saw this knight g5 and d4 idea. Incredible. Yeah, I think maybe he will even resign now, yeah? Yeah, what to do? Rook f3 is coming.
He has 1 minute to figure out if there's any sort of defense. Yeah, there you
No,
see
there's no
full
defense.
screen, 50 seconds, clock ticking down.
We're
For
just
Anish,
short of
it's
words,
a
yeah?
very heartbreaking result because he came to this game with an intention to win with white, and he actually started off very well. He got an advantage which made him ambitious, which made him take those risks, and then Arvind kind of overturned it. I just keep reminding myself of what Peter Lecco said. You know, this Aikido chess where you kind of let your opponent go for the punch to unbalance himself and then use that momentum to
Strike, yeah.
strike back. That's what Arvind has done today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Queen E4, yep.
Okay. And
I think Rook F4.
Rook
yeah.
F4, of course, but do you
Or
think
Queen
he'll
G4.
resign?
I mean, there is also Queen G5, but I think Rook F4 is like more, in the spirit of the game. More forcing.
Yeah, sure. Queen G5, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, should also be winning, right? Queen G5. But yeah, I mean, for sure Rook F4 will happen, I think.
Yeah.
But Queen G5 is also winning, right? Because you want to go to D2, Rook G8.
Can we have the board maybe just to show this variation that Harshit is showing? Queen take, can you?
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, like the thing is like White's king is so weak that
Yeah.
many moves should win for Black. And if H4, I suspect Queen D2, King G3 and Rook G8 to be decisive.
Finito.
Yeah. But Rook F4 seems to be, very, very convincing.
4 minutes for Arvind. No, sorry, 5 minutes. He has plenty of time. Can we quickly check, or maybe we stick here till the end?
Yeah, I think we should just stick because after Rook F4, we might see a handshake.
But I mean, there is so much action happening on other boards as well. Yeah, a little bit tricky moment for commentary, yeah?
Yeah, but I think like the way Arvind has played, I think
Okay.
it deserves, we need to see the end
Deserves
of it.
the end of-
Yeah. He's just making sure that, he is calculating correctly. But yeah, he has, I think, 2 options. Like when you have 2 options and both of them are winning,
Yeah.
that's a good problem to have.
By the way, guys, if you want to vote for the best game of the day, it's with Decision 21. You can go to praguechessfestival.com/voting. That would be the best way for you to vote.
Yeah. Yeah, Anish
People-
knows it. Yeah, look.
You know,
Anish
people who are just entering into the live commentary should know that we are not so quiet all the time.
yeah, we are. We are
We do
actually
commentate, but right now we are just at a loss for words
with how Arvind has
with
played
how
in
this game has panned out.
And it all started with this move, right? What was that move? This move. Knight
If we
to
can have the
G5
board,
in this position was the start of this crazy game by Arvind. And after Knight G5, it didn't stop there. He immediately blitzed out D4. I think we need to spend a few hours to try and analyze
I
this
just hope
position.
that Arvind joins us today.
We need him. Oh, okay. He plays Rook F4.
Rook F4 and resign now. That was my forecast.
Let's see. I think that
It's
should
fair
be.
actually.
It's fair, yeah.
You just know Rook F3 is coming next, and
by the way, after Queen D3, you always take on F3, right? Like you don't consider anything like Bishop D5, right? No, I'm genuinely curious. Like, I need to try and bring the Rook? No, I mean Rook F3.
Why?
Is just like,
Why?
yeah, exactly. No, Rook F3.
Why?
Yeah, Rook F3 is gonna happen. Oh, it's time?
Oh, he
whoa.
didn't resign. He played Queen D3 with 2 seconds.
Oh my God.
And now just Rook takes Bishop is a winning move, which Arvind will very likely play.
For sure. If he played Rook F4 instead of taking the pawn on G5, that definitely means he will go for Rook F3. Because if he wanted to keep it simple, he would have taken on G5 before.
Check.
Oh, he
He
takes it.
takes on F3.
King G.
And yeah, it's just a check. So Rook F3 on the board.
Check, King G7, Queen E7, and maybe just Rook F7 back.
He plays it. He gives you a
Yeah,
check.
so we will see this. Queen E7 and Rook F7, I think, is a very nice way to end the game. Exactly. Queen takes E6 and Queen E4 check is a beautiful way to... like, it's mate now. King G3, Queen F4, and Queen F2. So this is...
And if you go King G1 here,
Then with Queen E1 and Queen F...
Queen E1 and Queen F2 finishes it off.
Exactly. So King G7, maybe we can just stick to the live board because we might see this happen. Yeah. King takes F3, and I think he's going to...
BD5.
Ah.
check.
Oh, by the way, you have to be accurate. Yeah, after king e2, I think queen e4
He
check is
played
very...
king e3.
Yeah, but queen e4 check is very important now, I think.
Yeah, I mean, clearly if you take here, there is a perpetual.
Yes, exactly.
So you can't do that. And he
Yes,
finds
okay, he
it.
goes for it, of course.
King d2.
And
Sorry.
maybe queen f4 check now is quite smart. Queen d4, king c1, king b1, and I kind of run, right? So I think queen f4 might be a nice way so that I protect the f6 square, which is the crux.
Yeah, he plays
of
it.
the... It was also winning, yes. It was also winning. I think queen f4 check is very, very, like, is very pragmatic, controls that, and now you can just capture the
You
rook
can
on
even
h1.
take this.
You can even take on e5, which is what he will do for sure, but even this is winning.
Because now there is no check here. You just
Exactly.
take the queen. And even if you give one check,
Queen f7.
I can even...
Yeah, sure.
Or yeah, queen f7 maybe simpler.
Mm-hmm.
And no checks.
Mm-hmm.
King c2 played.
Wow, almost 8,500 people are witnessing this incredible game that Arvind has played, and yeah, Anish knows it obviously. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
looking around because I think they 38 moves, so they didn't reach. Oh, queen f5.
Mhm.
Does he want to capture something with a check?
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe the queen is better on f5 than on f4. Yeah, very, very small difference.
Yeah.
Wow. I think, I mean,
I'm
I'm
speechless.
Yeah.
King d2.
And now it's the time to take the rook, yeah? Now it's time to take the rook.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
queen e7, just go back queen f7 and... Wow.
Yeah, he
Yes,
takes
he
the
takes
rook.
it.
And now...
I think now we might expect resignation, yeah?
Yeah, possible. Or he gives an... Yeah!
Wow, I think that
wow.
deserves a round of applause. Incredible game by Arvind, yeah? Super game. I think this definitely chances to be the game of the tournament.
Yeah, tournament, maybe even one of the best games of Arvind's chess career till date. Just
Yeah.
the opposition is so good, and I'm so amazed at Anish's calmness there, talking there, and I might not be surprised if they are still analyzing, after the game. So, oh, we have Vijay here sending a super chat. Vijay, you could just say he's sending a super chat from the being in the audience here and says, "Love you, my dear Arvind." In fact, you can say this to him when he's here. I hope he'll join us. I'm your huge fan. I traveled from Singapore to Prague to see your game again.
And what a day to travel. Like, imagine you came today and you
Yes.
got all the incredible energy.
Oh, and he's changed his shirt.
Oh, can we see it? It's
Yes,
incredible.
Can you just show to our viewers here? And he changed his shirt. I'm blessed to see your win against Anish in person today. To celebrate
Yes,
your
yes.
win, I like to gift a few memberships. No, just you could come here and show our viewers your amazing T-shirt to
Wow.
celebrate Arvind's victory with his mom there. Wow.
Yeah.
It's amazing, Vijay. Thank you. And also gifted 20 memberships.
Wow.
That's crazy. And there you see Anish and Arvind still discussing. Maybe it's time for us to move to the game of Prague.
Because the excitement still continues, yeah?
Very much so. Prague is threatening mate in 1 here.
By the way, to quickly update the viewers, Gurel has won his game against
Wow.
Yuan Thaidai. Unbelievable.
And there he is. His first win in the super tournament. Edis Gurel showing brilliant chess. His win was never in doubt. Vincent Keimer still pushing.
He's pushing. I mean, I know he's very dangerous in these slow grinds.
Absolutely. And Sam Shankland also, I think his win is never in doubt here. He's just been cruising along. I don't think he will botch this up in any way.
Yeah.
And then we have Vei Pragnananda, which actually Prague had so many chances today to do like...
Oh, the
convert-
F2 pawn is hanging.
No, but now there's a mate threatened. Okay. Harshit bhai, this could
Was
have
just
worked.
checking,
This
I was
could have
checking.
worked on day 1, but after commentating for 5 days or 6 days
You
without
know me
any
too well,
lines,
yeah.
yeah, I guess a little bit of
Oh, Rook
improvement.
D2. And actually, do you remember the game of Navara against Guen? It's the same position with white having this extra A pawn,
Yeah.
which is theoretically drawn, but Wei still needs to show some technique. But I think that
Prague likes to play such positions. So maybe he will try to press.
he will for sure try to press, but I think the worst has definitely passed for Wei, and now he has a very, very good drawing chance. Actually, it's drawn.
People
yeah.
in the chat saying we wish we could have seen this in person. That's true. This game of Arvind, true, it is really immortal.
And actually for everyone like watching, you can actually be a spectator in the tournament hall and watch the players playing live.
Ah.
So if anyone is interested, they can come to Hotel Don Giovanni and watch the games live.
Yeah, 2 more days to go.
Yep.
Rounds 8 and 9. So please do feel free to come here. It's open for viewing. You can sit here in the audience, enjoy with us. Very interesting stuff. We can... which game to go to? Because Prague's game, it feels like take...
And this should be a draw.
Yeah.
Because we saw this technique of black going h5 and at some point pushing g5 after bringing his king to h6 is a draw.
I just feel like this is a slightly more superior version for white because you have cut the black king.
But black will still go h5 and king h7, king g6.
So let's say rook d2, I push a5.
h5.
h5, maybe h4.
And then rook a2 first. I'll
First
just
put the king here.
rook behind the
here,
pawn.
King g2.
And just king
h7, king f3.
Even king g6, king f5 is possible.
And now this position...
King f5.
Uh,
and g5, and this should be quite a straightforward draw.
This is very important active play. Just to tell our viewers, like for example, after rook a8, g5, 2 things can happen. If you take, I take, and I create a passed pawn to distract your rook. Otherwise, if you push, I take, and then this pawn is a weakness. So I could take and come back.
Exactly. No, this is clear that it's a draw, and oh my god, we have the man of the moment, the man of the hour, the person we were waiting for. Arvind is here. Wow, Arvind.
Incredible how everyone here in the commentary room is applauding Arvind because they saw his play. This is just for the sheer power of his moves that he showcased today. And I think we have been extremely lucky to witness this.
Yes.
And also to have him here.
Absolutely.
To watch this. But Harshit bhai, why did you get up?
No, I'll sit here.
Yes. I guess we may not even take a break here.
Yes.
We will join in. Maybe have Arvind join us.
Wow. Arvind, congrats. What a game.
Yeah, we have Arvind joining in.
Are we live?
Yes, we are live. Very much live. Congratulations, Arvind. What a game this was. What are your first feelings? Share with us. What are you feeling?
Feels good. I mean, I think I never thought would beat Anish. I mean, in my entire life because like he's too good and too solid with white pieces, and I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we were completely stunned with the moves that you were playing during the game. Did you feel like this is like one of the best games you are playing?
Also, like I thought, getting into the game, I thought it would be a fighting game because you know, like tournament situation demands like win for Anish, and so yeah, I thought I have to win this game because, like, of course he will go for a fight. I mean, I would have very good chance to like get a position and play for a win. So I hope it was a good game. I mean, like I did not miss any tactical stuff or anything. Hopefully,
I think you played like flawless. Of course, if we go through the opening, Anish did look like he had a great position.
Yeah, I was sort of caught in the opening because like I knew Yeah, here I knew this idea knight h4, knight f3, knight h4, but I didn't know how to deal with it. Because I knew there was a game in Tata still, where Jordan played this knight f3, knight h4, but Vincent played bishop g6. I think, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
So I thought.
Also,
like
there was a Gukesh game here.
Ah.
Gukesh played twice with white this line, knight h4.
So was it in Tata Steel or like?
I think it was with Maksudlu.
Ah,
one
okay.
and one with
Nepomniachtchi.
no, Esipenko, right?
No, you
Nepo.
Nepomniachtchi. Yeah.
So I thought of like I thought he would be prepared for bishop g6, so I thought of going bishop g4. So.
But here also he was prepared, and this was the first new move of the game. Very interesting decision that you took.
Oh yeah, I thought g6 would be the like normal way to continue the game, but yeah, I felt knight e4 was interesting.
And if he took here, your idea was?
Yeah, I wanted to go queen a5 and
Knight d2.
knight d2, and I thought I would have some compensation here, like let's say knight f6. But okay, I was also sure that he wouldn't like go for it. I mean, like king in the center, it's very hard for him. So I would
Also
get c5
bishop
at some point. So yeah.
Did you also, like how you said to us during the Keimer game, that you wanted to play an aggressive line? Did you also feel something like this today, that Anish is more like a solid player, so you can take some risks against him?
Not really. Actually, I was like fine with the draw. I mean, like in the sense, like I wanted to play some solid chess, but I knew it would turn into like complications, because like I knew he would go for it. Yeah, so I was just ready for it. Yeah.
F5.
I think this position in general is like plus equals. It's a pleasant position for white to play.
Yeah.
But I don't know where he.
What is king h8 like? We were also thinking, do you want to go g5 stuff? But maybe not, right?
Not really. Also, like, the problem was I did not have a plan. I mean, like just have to make some moves, some useful moves, of course. Because like as you can see, like I don't have any plan yet. So
you are waiting for him,
Yeah,
and then
yeah,
you will
yeah.
react.
Yeah, that was the only plan I had.
So did you feel unpleasant, or you felt like you still had chances?
Like I knew this kind of positions would, would turn into complications. But yeah, like both of us have to make like preparatory moves, which is odd for humans. Like engine would make some moves, like some preparatory moves like rook e1, but yeah, very hard for humans to make such moves.
A5.
Yeah, I wanted to stop b4, like because that is like one of the human ways to react to b4. Yeah, if I play something else, I think he would have gone b4. So knight e5. I don't know where exactly he went wrong.
F3,
Probably knight.
And here he
G4
chose very aggressive. Yeah.
Yeah, actually at first sight it looked dangerous for black, because I thought like I'm kind of like losing a pawn. But like when I had a like deeper look at the position, actually like after queen e7, I think I'm fact better. I think. I mean maybe slightly better.
This queen e7 was not an easy move, no, to find, or was it?
Yeah, definitely it was hard. Yeah, because I wanted bishop everywhere, bishop g8 or bishop c8 instead of queen e7. Let's say bishop c8 was one of the options. I mean, it was very hard to choose between bishop c8 and queen e7. So, I mean, I did not see anything here for white.
But it felt weird, no, to go back with the bishop.
Yeah, here I thought like I can bring my rook into the game, so I thought queen e7 would be better. So, knight g3, yeah, g6. Maybe a rook a1 was the like final error, I think. So
yeah.
maybe.
Did you feel it?
Yeah, like after rook a1, I think everything is like kind of forced. Yeah? Like I take and go knight f7. Yeah, I think he has to go. He has to defend the pawn.
When he played f4, did you see knight g5 already?
Oh yeah, but I thought queen h4. I thought he would go queen g2. I mean, like not allowing king knight g5, but yeah, I can simply take the pawn, and like it's a healthy pawn. But yeah, when I played, when he played King G2, I saw this, like combinations.
How difficult was it to see this, like knight g5?
I mean, Knight G5 was easy actually, but I think everything was so easy, like, because I did not have any like alternatives. Like after, I mean, if I'm going for Queen H4 and Knight G5, like everything is more or less forced. Also at first sight, like I thought Knight D5 I'm winning on the spot, but Queen G3.
We were also looking at it, but then Harshit found, of course, Queen C3 pinning.
Yeah.
So Knight G5.
So Knight G5.
Rook H1, and beautiful move D4.
Yeah. Also, like I mean, like everything is forced. Yeah, like only moves more or less. Yeah, so it made it easy for me.
But like usually we see this in like books that everything like this works. It's very hard sometimes for this to happen in your own games. Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard to believe.
GF.
Did you feel like already after D3 you are like winning, or did you like how did you rate this position?
Yeah, I thought I should be winning. I mean, because I did not see any defense.
Any defense that you think White can do here, like apart from like he took here, but
the other moves probably I was considering Rook on D3, but Rook E3 Bishop D5 I think. No? Yeah, Rook E3.
And Rook F1 maybe. Did you consider?
Yeah, Rook F1 F4. Like yeah, it's true.
And what now? Knight.
Some Knight E4 business. We are looking at F3, and somehow if you take Queen
Can't I take
E1
on
is
G4?
hanging.
Like, can I start with
Knight E4, Bishop G4?
No, not really. Maybe this is interesting actually.
You mean here, no?
Also, like here I can even make a quiet move like Rook D8. I mean, it's
Wow. And now you just keep the attack, yeah? Or
yeah.
crazy.
You understood the position quite well, yeah.
Yeah,
in depth. It's like you have this feel of what the right move should be. So he went GF, Rook E3, F4.
Yeah.
And here you are not even material down, so it's clear.
Yeah.
It's very straightforward for you.
And Rook F4 was also very forcing, yeah?
Yes, like even if I mean, like actually I was calculating Queen D2 and Rook on F3 there, but this sort of transposes.
In the same way, yeah.
Yes. Queen D2 I wanted Rook of 3 and
Queen
transposes
D8, King
to
G7 would
yeah.
transpose, yeah.
Yeah, so check. King up, takes,
The
check.
rest of the game. I think
It's just you stop his checks and you take the rook. Wow. Arvind, this is, I mean, I have to ask you this. Would you rate this as one of your best games, or you thought it was quite easy?
I wouldn't say, because like I mean, once I played this Knight G5, everything was easy to find. There are some games where we have to make quiet moves and win the game, so that would be even more pleasing to pleasing for the spectators.
Well, the spectators enjoyed this one as well. Like, this was so nice. Also, one more thing we noticed is that you have now surpassed Vishy Anand on the live rating list.
Okay, like I might go down as well, so it's, I think rating.
But it's just a nice moment, yeah. Like because I think when you were 13 years old and you won the Chennai Grandmasters, Chennai GM Open, Vishy was playing World Championship match with Carlsen at that point.
True.
And now you have surpassed him in the live rating, so it's special. We just want to, before you go, we want to show you one of the fans here has worn your T-shirt.
Oh wow!
With you and your mom on it.
Oh, I did not see his T-shirt.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. Oh.
So that's Vijay, and he has been here, and he also sent us a very nice super chat saying it was a pleasure to watch your game live for him. So he flew down from Singapore here.
Yeah, he met me on the first day, and we had a very good chat.
Amazing. And now you are the sole leader, it seems, because Prague's game. Can we just have a look at this? Do you
I don't
think
know,
that?
but okay, this he can put some pressure. But okay, it's equal, yeah. So, yeah. Ah,
H5 was
H5 by Wei.
bold.
Yeah.
yeah. I think this should be draw.
Should
be
be
a
a
draw.
draw. I have to ask you this, like when you are looking at such a game and now the tournament situation with Prague being like, you both neck to neck, and also he's your very good friend. You have played against each other. How do you look at these games? Do you are like, okay, or you don't see much? What is the feeling?
Yeah, but like as a contender for title, I mean, I want him to lose, but as a friend, I mean, so I'm not thinking about anything, yeah. So I'm just like focusing on my game.
Whatever
yeah,
has to happen will happen there.
Yeah. Like hopefully he wins, yeah, but
Amazing. And Prag, what did you? Arvind. Prag, Arvind, what did you do on the rest day? Anything special here?
no, I took some rest. Yeah, that's it. Nothing else. Yeah.
Very cool. Maybe we've never done this before, but does anyone have a question here for Arvind? We could just ask him one question before he goes on, and anyone? Yes.
How does it feel that he made such a huge progress at not a very young age?
That's a very good question. The question for all our viewers, maybe if they haven't heard online, is how does it feel to have made such a huge progress at not a very young age?
I knew like I had the potential to be like 2-7 plus player, but yeah, something was missing from my game or like from my mindset. Yeah. Now I think I've changed it, and I'm doing good.
Wow.
Yeah, I think we spoke about this today in our commentary that in one of our interviews, Arvind had mentioned that he has to get more professional, more disciplined, and I think that is what you are doing. Arvind, we wish you good luck for the last 2 rounds. Thank you for stopping by, showing us this
we were
game.
very curious of your mindset, so it was great. Thanks for joining. Yeah.
Thank you.
Guys, that was Arvind, and we will take a very short break and be back for the last part of today's stream.
Thank you.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
Welcome back, everyone. After a very exciting game of Arvind,
And
we have not yet finished our action for the
we
day.
have definitely not. I mean, it was great for him to join us to give us his insights towards finding this incredible idea with Knight G5. But it felt like it was very special for us. But he's like, yeah, I mean, I thought it is the best. I just played it.
But I went into the VIP room right now and I had the Czech commentators there, and they also had the same opinion that it was an amazing game.
Yeah.
So I feel like it was only Arvind's humility which kind of made him say that, this was normal and stuff. I do feel the game was special.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think it's definitely a contender for not only the best game of the tournament, but perhaps, one of the best games of this year so far. I mean, incredible. Knight
and you have to look at it in the perspective of everything.
The tournament
the tournament standings, you are the leader, you have black pieces against Anish Giri, and then it makes it even more
the
special.
magnitude becomes more special because Anish was also well prepared, so he was surprised, and then from there to go on and have this mindset of fighting on was incredible. Okay, what is the position in front of us between Prague versus Wei?
Yeah.
Prague is 2 pawns up at the moment.
Yeah, 2 pawns up.
So one might think that it's completely winning for him, but actually, Black is ready to go king h6 and capture the pawn on h5. And once he puts his rook behind the passed pawn, I think that this game is heading towards draw.
One point, Harshit bhai, which we should mention is that when we reached here, which was a normal position, we did speak about how Black can get counterplay with h5, g5, h4. So Prague stopped it with g4 with this move, but Wei's move h5 felt very bold.
But the more interesting thing to note is that this is the 40th move.
Yeah.
Where when Wei had 1 minute and he could have chosen to make the simple move h6, but even though he had 1 minute on his clock, he was bold enough to sacrifice a pawn because the consequences could be very serious.
That's a very good point that you have mentioned. Also shows the confidence that Wei has on his endgame skills.
Absolutely. h5, and then he got his king to h7, rook a8, rook d4, trying to go behind the passed pawn as we discussed, a5. Oh, rook d5. Now he's like, I'm going to capture the pawn with the rook and then put my rook on a5. But now it's an interesting question. He just captures.
Yeah,
okay. He answers the question
because
for
now
us.
if a7, we just put the rook behind the pawn.
This is clear.
And a draw.
And now that the king will come to g6 instead of draw. But I was wondering, instead of a7, if we can go, let's say, a move like rook b8 and rook a5, rook b6. Is this also a very easy draw?
Yeah, I mean, not easy, I believe, but
you just go king g6, king g5, and now that the rook is not behind the passed pawn, you don't have those ideas of giving a check. And
so king g6, and let's say king g6 here, king g3.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can even give a check, force you to go f3, and then just go king g5, and this is completely drawn.
Yeah. So,
So this game is heading towards a draw, I think. Although white is up. Oh, a lot of...
didn't happen. Go to live, yeah. This rook h5.
Oh, he just captured the pawn on h5, and after a7, he was going to come back rook to a5. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is the position right now.
Oh, by the way, Shankland, Lekwang Lim are still playing this like end game where Shankland
but
was up an exchange.
The last move, Harshit bhai, now bishop takes a5. I think he can just take. No, now it's clear. Knight b5.
Oh, you are right, Sagar bhai.
If a b5, then take this.
Yeah.
If c b5, take this.
Exactly. That's a very.
And even if you try to push, let's say I go here, cut your king off,
and rook b2.
And
this
then
is completely gone.
And then slowly bring your king.
Yeah, king h5, king g4. This is completely winning position for black. So Lekwang Lim is going to go down against Shankland with the white pieces actually. So a bit of
today tough day for white.
Yeah, because Giri lost. Yeah. Lekwang Lim might be losing, and Navara is also much worse.
Yeah. But I think one of the games which we have to talk a bit more about, and I think has been very, very incredible, is Edis Gurel's win over Van Guen.
Who is also known to be a very, very solid player. I don't remember the last time he lost a game. He's super solid. So,
by the way, everything that we discussed has happened here.
Yeah.
Similar. Um,
And can I just quickly go through this game because it's insane.
yeah.
I mean, we saw it, I think, after rook a2, and then h3 takes. We had
Yeah.
seen this position. And we were discussing whether the knight will jump here or maybe e5, queen d7, knight e2. He goes c3, preparing d4, e5, bishop f8, bishop g3. Now wanting to put his knight on f4 and then h5, f6, knight f4, bd6, knight h5, and after this, bishop g3, queen. Bishop g3 was the crucial mistake because after queen g3, he lost one of the defenders, and look at the rook and the knight. They're completely out of the game. This rook on a2 is going to jump to f2,
But it seems like you can defend, no, with king h8 here.
which is what he played. And now Gurel is like, I'm going to completely break the position with e5, and I think we had seen this moment
No, this e5 is a great move.
because f
Because without it, black could have tried to hold on. Yeah,
this
rook
was
f7.
the key point which made the whole e5 move work. And after e5, black tried to defend with queen f7, but ef6, g6, knight g7. Position completely fell apart. And finally, after queen e5, Nguyen threw in the towel. And Edis went to win a very, very nice game.
I mean, today would be a huge day in the life of. By the way, look at this move, c5.
Yeah, just restricting the black queen from entering. But I think it's like several moves were winning, but c5 is very, very cute. Just
Because now you get your
e5
queen
and
in.
f7, yeah.
Actually, for Edis, who is one of the biggest talents in the world of chess, it's his first ever victory at a super tournament. So a very special day for him and also for Turkish chess.
And he's also very, very humble, very, very soft-spoken. I really like Edis. Also, his whole family is very supportive, very nervous. It just goes to show, that everyone is involved, from the trainer to the family, himself obviously being one of the most important ones. But yeah, I think he's definitely on track to be a very, very top player.
Yeah, and also the thing is, at some point when I was thinking he does feel a little bit like Nihal Sarin, like calm,
For sure.
very humble.
Yes,
And
also
then
his style,
he revealed that he actually works a lot with Nihal. Like he plays a lot of games, online games. So that was very interesting to see.
By the way, we should also check what's happening in the challengers section, because I think that Yakuboev has won his game against Ivan Salgadov.
Wow. So Yakuboev then is the sole leader for the time being. Unless Jonas Bier also
wins.
outwits Divya. Let's see if I can.
Yeah, just refreshing. But guys, आज मजा आया कि नहीं आया यार अरविंद का गेम से? That was special. 3,000 people still watching. It's 12 o'clock in India, or?
Yeah.
Wow. So yes, Nordirbeck won a very, very nice game. Look at those 4 pawns. Where are the black's pawns?
I mean, I think he put all his effort in the C pawn, but that didn't work out. And
Oh no. Knight e3 is such a killer move.
he just wants to checkmate her, it seems.
Yeah, it's such
Like,
a
for
killer
example,
move.
queen a3,
Queen g3,
Mating.
queen b2,
Yeah.
queen e1, king h2, and now a very special move, pawn to h4. Seals the deal.
Or do we start with knight f1? Or
It doesn't
both
matter.
are same.
Actually, no, maybe it should start with knight f1. Because knight d3 attacks the queen now. And knight f1, king g1. No, this is very, very fine. So you have to start with, after king h2, knight f1 check, king g1, knight g3 check, king h2 and h4. No way to stop queen h1 mate, and black is completely winning, which is fantastic find by Bier.
Yeah, so Jonas Bier is like, hey, Nordirbeck, I'm not going to let you win this tournament
So
without a
easily.
fight.
Yeah.
So both of them will keep the lead. Mark Kuhn, as we said yesterday, seems like getting into his flow. Might win today against Tamatis. Stalmack is pressing a bit against Vaclav, but maybe Finek, it seems like around even.
The question is, after bishop b5,
Yeah.
is rook c8 ever a possibility?
No, I think
that's too much.
white
yeah.
will open up.
Yeah, I
the
think
king side.
bishop c6, rook c6. If the pawn was on g5, I think it was a draw. But now white can just open the position
Yeah.
with gf5. And if ef5, then we can switch the rooks to the e line and white should be winning. So after bishop b5, just rook c7 back. And I think that white is slightly better because he has a passed
But
pawn.
it's also opposite colored
Yeah.
bishops.
So I think this game should end in a draw. But Moritzi, with the white pieces, defeated Nemec.
Yeah.
So he also tries to join the podium finish in the last 3 rounds, winning with the white pieces. A great result for him. So that's where we stand. Nordirbek and Beer are going to be the sole leaders of the challenger section.
Let's go back to Prague's game. Prague makes a very big decision.
Wait, he gives up the
Play
h2
king
pawn.
f3 because now opponent can take the pawn. And the very important point is you think you would win with a7 with rook check and queen.
But
what's the move here? Black to play. The only move to hold. Maybe we can ask our viewers. It's a
Yes.
simple move.
I'll
but
give you a hint that the rook belongs behind the passed pawn.
yes,
Exactly. Rook to
absolutely.
h3 check, king g2, and then the rook goes to a3 and white. Maybe king will go to e4 actually, because he wants to go closer to the a pawn. But I think king e4.
Yeah, once you
a3.
have pushed the pawn,
This is
there is no
completely
space
drawn.
for the king to come in and use the pawn as an umbrella. So I'm sure that Prague is not pushing his pawn here. If rook h2, I think he...
No, don't give the e4.
Yeah, let's not give up another pawn. King e3 maybe.
Yeah, but then rook h1.
Or let's go rook here.
Okay, rook h3,
Check, king e4.
rook a3, rook b6. And I think it's going to take a lot of time for you to go king d5.
No, 1, 2, 3. Push. It might be a very huge race.
Okay, but rook a2 I have, right?
Rook a2.
And if you can't move with your king because your f2 pawn will be hanging. So I think that this should be a straightforward draw actually.
No, Harshit Bhai, there must be some resources here.
Why? King g6? King f5? No, this is completely drawn.
You know, there are these things, no? Like, for example, you put your pawn on f3 here. King g6. King here.
King f5? I think the drawing margin is quite big. g5.
Oh, this
No,
is...
g5, king b7.
G5 is bad,
the
king
first
b7.
king f4.
And then I save my pawn.
No, you take the
Oh,
f6 pawn.
f6 is hanging.
Yeah.
Oh, even this doesn't draw actually. Because black is too quick with this.
Yeah.
But Wei, if we look at the time, now has 21 minutes
And
and
Prague.
Prague has only 4 minutes. Or is Prague's time still from the previous time control? 30 minutes have been added or
I don't
not?
think anyone has lost on time, so they might have not added it.
No, but once Wei gets 30 minutes, the opponent also gets. So I think Prague has really thought for
A long time.
long time here.
And what about the Navara game? Because we haven't looked at that game in a while. Vincent is seriously better now. He's a pawn up and the queens are not yet exchanged, which makes the draw a lot more difficult because, of course, in the rook endgame, the drawing margin would have been higher. Now with the queens on the board, I think the white's king is definitely feeling very weak. Ideas like queen c7 come to my mind, pinning the rook on d6 and then suddenly rook e6 can come and black can just simply win. So David has to be very careful.
Yeah. Tough position to hold. Especially since you are a pawn down for like 3 hours now.
Yeah. And it also playing with the white pieces, you don't come in with this mentality that you have to defend. And that's something that we don't talk about often. But when a player goes from trying to play for an advantage to trying to defend a worse position, it's very difficult.
Yeah, very tough. Very tough. Meanwhile, we can see Shankland just winning the game now.
Yeah, this is over.
He's just coming in with his king. The pawn is going nowhere. So he will win.
Yep.
And yeah, I think Wei is taking time for his decision and rightly so. Why to rush when you have time?
Yeah, I mean, he's just making sure that rook h2 doesn't allow white some crazy winning ideas. But I think it's safe to say
I want
that
to try a bit with
some rook b and rook b6.
I want to be very accurate and try something that gives me the best chance, even if it's a draw. Like best where there are maximum. So even is rook b8 best? Is rook c8 best? Is rook d8? You know, there are all these nuances.
But still, like with the simple point being that whenever white king goes here, black will sacrifice his rook for this pawn.
Yeah.
And then these two pawns will be able to get this rook, and I think that's the biggest reason why this position in general is a draw. So that's the, like in primitive sense, that's the crux of the position, but obviously you still need to calculate move by move to understand how this calculation will work.
True, true. He hasn't taken the pawn yet. Actually, after this round, if let's say Prague doesn't win, he will be half a point behind
Arvind.
And Shankland is winning. He's on 2.5, so he moves to 3.5. So he'll be 1.5 points behind.
That's too much.
Too much. The only player in with a shot then will be Keimer if he manages to win
Today.
today, and he'll reach 4 points with 1 point. And if he draws, then what will happen is Arvind will have a 1.5 point lead over the field except for Prague.
And you know, you have to be very careful when you're leading the event, because if thoughts of winning the event creep in, you suddenly, your psychology changes and you start playing a bit more passively. But I don't think Arvind should do that.
Yeah.
Arvind needs to play the chess he plays the best. Just play every game to, like, you know, the way he enjoys and plays.
But I'm sure he might be thinking a bit about the title. Also, in the last 2 rounds, he's going to face Edis Gurel and David Navara.
Yeah. So he has a bit of
in terms of rating, these are the last, like, out of the 3 last seeds, he's facing 2 of them, which is actually really good for him.
Yeah,
because if he was facing like Prague, Wei and all these guys. Oh, by the way, Wei didn't take the pawn.
Yeah, he did not even take the pawn.
Now rook b8, no? I mean, this is definite progress for Prague. Rook b8, rook a4.
I don't think so.
Rook b6.
Because it's the same position, and just you imagine you did not have the option of capturing the pawn on h2. So Wei is like, I don't even want to have that option.
But now I want to go like this and this and this. So okay, it's like how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 moves. And then my pawn will queen. And you will have 1, 2. I don't know how to count this for black. Like, should you go after the pawn? Do you go start pushing the pawns?
Yeah, I mean, in general, my idea is simple. I'll go king g6, king h5, g5, and try to capture this pawn on h2. And whenever you go here, I'll try to promote one of these pawns.
So it will also take you 10 odd moves. Like, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, king e3 played, by the way, after rook h4.
Oh, he didn't go rook b8.
So Prague is like, please capture my pawn. And Wei is like, no, I don't really want to.
No, now you can't.
Why not?
It's a blunder, right? Now if you take a7 wins.
Because rook h3 check f3. Very nice point.
And then the rook can't reach here on time, and I just move and queen.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay, king g6. I feel Prague is super interested to squeeze here. I know basically Prague really likes
forgot. Wei never likes to take the material. He'll never capture the pawn on h2. He'll just go rook a4 and then bring his king.
But look at Prague, yeah. He's thinking, I think Harshit bhai, there are some chances, realistic.
Yeah.
Even king g6.
No, I don't. No. Sorry, I don't agree with that. I don't think there are realistic chances. I'm sorry.
We have a super chat here, Harshit bhai. Would you like to answer it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, Rizard.
Rizard asked you for your hair care routine. Now asking for your skin care routine.
I'm a guy. I don't have any skin care routine.
Harshit just, today, where did your glass go?
Oh, my smoothie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gone.
It's gone.
Oh,
no, it's here.
Oh, it's here. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, this is his skincare
Yes.
routine. Yes, guys.
It's a detox vitality drink with berry and like all sorts of fruits in it.
I thought this was your secret of your energy,
It definitely is. But I mean,
but also of your skincare also, and
I mean, if you-
in general vitality.
I mean, I think that if you eat healthy and like if you take good care of whatever you intake, you automatically have good skin. I think I believe in that. So
Amazing. So much to learn from Harshit Bhai
Arre,
apart
arre,
from
arre.
being a GM.
okay.
We have learned so many things here on the stream, which is why I always keep on telling him to be very serious about his YouTube channel, but he doesn't start content.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
No, I
it's time.
definitely.
Yeah. Now football also. Let's record one today. I will help you to
Really,
record. Let's do it. King C3.
Mm-hmm.
My only problem is the moment stream ends, I cannot find Harshit Bhai for until the next round. He's gone somewhere. Just can't find him. Oh, by the way, King B3. So Rook A4, King B3.
Rook A1. Yeah. He goes behind the pass pawn. Super important. Very important thing for everyone to know that whether you're attacking or defending, you would always love your rook to be behind the passed pawn.
Yeah.
If just to show, like if black, let's say just to illustrate the line that if, for example, if white gets to get his rook behind the pass pawn, this would be completely winning because the rook is supremely passive and can only cover this file. Whereas when as things stand in the live position, the rook can control, like, it has a lot of flexibility. So that's the reason why you should never get passive with your rook behind the pass pawn.
Right. And now Prague intends to use this pawn here as a shelter, then get his rook out. Meanwhile, black will try to get some counterplay. It's going to be a race, guys.
Yeah.
It's going to be a race. It is not going to be just a draw. A lot to calculate for both players.
Yeah. Wait, King B. Okay, King B5. I just give checks. Yeah.
King
So
B5,
let's
King
say
C6.
King C. Okay, now it's black to play. So I expect King F4, but it's getting a bit tricky. Yeah.
G5 maybe. Start with G5.
King B5.
Now my threat is to get the rook out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I should start giving checks.
So check, king here. You go back, or you want to give check?
Let's say I give a check.
Check, king B7.
Check.
Check, king A7.
And now I go King G4. I assume.
King G4.
No, it's losing. Yeah.
Harshit Bhai.
So you have to be very careful. Maybe Rook B2, Rook F2 is the only move.
Rook B2.
And
Rook
capture
B8.
and now take the F2 pawn.
Rook F2.
I thought that it's a very big drawing margin, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are a few accurate moves that black need to make, and he does go Rook A2. Rook A2. To capture the pawn on F2. I think that's smart because King B5.
Yeah, I think I have to give up that pawn.
Yeah.
Anyway. You will take it? I think you should. You should take the pawn.
Yeah, Rook C8. By the way, King F4 would be a terrible blunder, yeah? King G4 because A7.
Just
Rook C4, Rook A4 first. Yeah,
rook
even better.
comes and blocks. Oh, but there is one small thing here. You know this, right? I can give a check, forcing you to go behind.
Yeah, because I can't
Because
come
if
forward.
you come forward any of these squares.
That's a good point actually. But maybe King E6 might be a good move here.
And now king B6, threatening rook A5. Now again, small margin.
Yeah, wait a second.
You
why
can't
is this,
take
But
this.
actually, why is this even like, okay.
Why is this even a draw now?
Curious. King D6 is the only move. Wow. Wow.
You are drawing in a
That's the
different
only
manner.
move actually.
I think so.
I'm pretty sure it's the only move. Because the point being that A7 now you can just capture rook takes A7 obviously. And this is very very good for black. And
But
if
I'll
rook
play
A5,
rook A5,
I
I'll
will
take.
capture and I go King C7 and I'm in time to put my king.
I think Wei hasn't played very accurately in general. He's given Prague a lot of chances. My thought was that he could have just captured this pawn here when this opportunity was given, and I think he could have. But maybe Prague would have some chances.
Yeah,
to,
some practical chances.
So
that's
he-
why he goes here.
He went rook h4, but now he's not even a pawn up on the king side.
But he found this idea with rook a2, which is super important. Yeah, I think rook a2 is
But
super
Prague
important.
has what, 2 minutes left, so that's
King
all.
b5
King b5.
played.
We expected this.
And you expect now to just take the pawn on f2?
I
or?
guess because if you don't do that, you have to give a check, either a check or take the pawn.
Maybe just take, yeah?
Yeah, take we saw. Now rook c8.
And if you give a check, king c6,
Yeah,
check, king b7, check, king a7, take the pawn on f2.
yeah. Now, oh,
Rook
rook
g8.
rook h8, right?
Okay, rook h8.
Rook h8. Again,
say-
check.
Yeah, g5, and I just like, whenever you go here, I'll start giving checks.
How about this move? It's a very interesting move.
Okay, what's the idea? Okay, you want to give a check,
Check
and king
b6. So if you take the pawn,
Okay, let me
no,
first...
take the pawn, greedy,
Okay.
check,
King g4,
king b6. You can go just that
Yeah,
way. And here I have to be careful as white.
a bit.
Sometimes white loses such games.
Oh, he goes for rook b2, king c6, and I think he's going for this idea of putting the white king on the corner so that it's farther away from the g1 square, which would obviously be where the white king would want to come after the rook sacrifice.
We have some amazing analysis in the chat by Jared Schreckengast. Amazing. Jared, I think overall the chat has been so so wholesome.
Yeah.
And suggesting such great moves, such great conversations. I think it's been phenomenal.
Yes. And I think today we even had a lot of people joining in for the Arvind versus...
Close to 10,000, I think.
So did he play or he's still thinking after kings? Okay, he's
He
still
hasn't
thinking.
played.
Yeah.
Guys, do you have any questions here? And also, Harshit bhai, you can take some questions, but also some other games, yeah?
Yeah, maybe we should just check if anything happened in the challenger section as well.
Yeah.
We saw that oh, by the way, the result happened between Shankland and... Can we just have that camera of Le Quang Liem, because Shankland has won his game with the black pieces. A great win for him.
Yeah.
He played the Natchdorf opening, and
I think he has been rewarded for his
bravery,
persistence
For
in this
sure,
tournament. He has shown such great fighting spirit. So that's the reason why today Le Quang Liem, and for Le Quang Liem, it's a very unique and unusual situation, yeah, where he plundered in such a way.
Oh, by the way, I'm always curious, like, what's your opinion on this? Like, do you think, like, after a game, everyone should put their pieces back on the board, or do you think it doesn't matter? Very curious.
I don't think it matters. Although Gukesh has kind of set up a nice kind of a thing there that he always does it. But
Me too. Like, for some reason, that was always, I don't know. It was just very natural progression after the game finished.
it was taught to you, yeah, by your trainers or someone?
I don't know. Actually, maybe... I don't even know, like maybe when I was, it started from when I was very young, but after every time the game finished, like I always used to set it up, and Le Quang Liem, even after losing, sets his pieces up, which is very nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, thorough gentleman, I would highly recommend every youngster to do that. But if you don't do it, it's not like bad.
Oh, no, I mean, obviously, like I'm just getting your opinion.
Yeah,
because of course, everyone has, everyone thinks differently, so.
I have seen, like in freestyle chess, we were seeing, right, that Gukesh was putting his pieces back but in a normal chess way, standard chess, while Magnus would put his pieces back in freestyle format. By the way, we have king on b7 now. So going back to the Prague
yeah, I
game.
think just checks. Yeah, now.
Check, check, check,
By the way,
check.
Sagar bhai, who copied who today? We are both wearing completely same shirts, yeah?
Oh, wow. Of course, Harshit bhai, you are the style icon. So
Arre, Sagar bhai, but I like your shirt. It's more vibrant.
yes. Actually, it's very similar to my good friend Samay, who wears such a
Yes,
shirt.
even I think I am inspired, yeah?
Yeah. King b7.
Yeah, I expect him to give checks so that the king is in the corner. Of course, taking the pawn now would... I mean, it's possible, but it just feels like you want to put your king, like white's king in the corner so that a7 is not a possibility at all, right? So I think that I expect a check. Yeah, exactly. Rook b2 check. Yeah, and I think now after king
Prague
a7,
is gaining time, actually. Prague went king c7. He was like, let me gain 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
No, maybe he's just repeating.
No.
No, I mean, come on. We saw that variation where white loses both the pawns and then you have to calculate this pawn
Prague,
race.
look at the speed at which
No,
he's
it's
playing.
draw.
No way.
Really?
He'll go king a7.
You think so?
Yeah.
Something is beeping. You know when you order food in a restaurant and then like it buzzes.
Did you go somewhere?
Today actually,
Today?
Prague said that he is eating in that Indian restaurant in the mall. So in the afternoon, it was very nice in Prague, by the way. It was like 15, 16 degrees. The sun was out. So I walked there and ate in the Bombay Express, I think it's called. And
Bombay accent.
yes, and they had, I got some dal makhani. It was,
Wow.
it was so delicious.
Wow. It was good?
It was, I liked it.
Wow. Okay, I have to... Maybe we will plan something,
Yes,
yeah?
we'll plan some Indian food.
Okay, tough moment for Prague
Because
to
he
decide
knows,
whether to play on
And also,
with king a7 or to just accept a draw.
I think also because of the tournament situation changing. Like Prague knows that Arvind won, which means that Arvind is in the joint lead. And Prague had great winning chances today. So if he won, he could have also been one of the joint leaders. But now obviously he's going to be trailing with 2 rounds to go.
And Prague, by the way, tomorrow has Le Quang Liem, who today lost, so maybe in slightly bad mood.
And Prague has double white. So he definitely will try to utilize that in the next round.
And last round he has Anish Giri, which is a tough opponent.
Yeah.
But yeah. Should we go and check Keimer versus Navara? Because it seems like David Navara has got enough counterplay now
Really?
to hold the balance. Wow.
Oh.
Maybe it's just a draw, yeah?
Oh, because if king h8, queen e5, I didn't recognize white's threat. But white has a threat. He can't go rook d8 for a reason.
Yeah, of course.
Rook takes h6 check, it's pinned, and then the queen on c7 hangs. That's the reason why after queen f5, king h8, queen e5, black is forced to move his king. Ah, nice. And that's why after king g8, queen e6 check.
No, you can, after king h8.
Yeah, queen e5.
Oh, you have to.
Exactly, because rook h6 is a very strong threat.
Massive.
So I think this is what maybe Vincent
Can I do
missed.
this?
Yeah? Well, you lose 2 pawns now.
You just take.
Yeah. So this was David was super sharp
Yeah,
to
David
spot this.
and Vincent is unhappy because now we'll have a draw here. Yeah, they are agreeing to a draw. Yeah, draw.
Oh, draw already,
Good-
shake. Oh, handshake.
Good defense there by
yeah, I mean,
David.
Vincent shook his head. Did you see that? Oh, look, he's unhappy.
Yeah,
Because again, like Vincent had, Vincent is getting very, very good positions, but today,
He
for
is not
example, being a pawn up, he had a huge chance to, I think it was almost like, especially around this point, he was a big favorite to win, but somehow David was able to escape, yeah? Okay, so after king
Oh,
G8,
by the way, king a7 on the board in Prague game.
and then he captured the f2 pawn immediately.
Fight.
Yeah,
Harshit bhai.
Prague is trying to squeeze every single drop of water out of this position. But I think that Wei is super solid and knows that this should be drawing.
So here rook b8. If you take this pawn, I go check. You go king up or where?
I didn't think it matters a lot, to be honest. But let's say I go e4
King b6, king b7.
and I go rook h8.
Actually, king b6 might be better.
Yes, and now I go rook h8.
Ah, you are going here.
Yeah, because I'm changing the direction.
Because I was wondering if
Yes,
this
then rook
a7 and now I'm threatening this, so you may have to give up
yeah,
your
and
rook.
also, I mean, like black is never in danger. I would only be scared with white, to be honest, because the two pawns are coming quickly. Yeah, g3. I mean, yeah, this is a draw.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah, king f5. Nice variation. Just ending the calculation by having two kings on the board.
Yeah, not too many chances here for Prague.
So actually, this is the last game. For everyone just starting to watch the stream, Arvind played a beautiful game. Please check that game out if you haven't. You will really enjoy it. Shankland won with the black pieces. Also a very instructive game from Nashdorf. Vincent drew against Navarra, where Vincent was better. And Gurel also playing a very nice game against Guen. So those are the 4 results in the Masters. And this game,
Rook h8.
h8
He wants to save that pawn.
Yeah.
At least. So that seems logical.
And I expect g5 to be played now.
Yeah, g5, king b7.
And then I give check.
Check,
Yeah, again,
king a8.
King a8. Let's say king g4.
At a7.
f5, rook b8, rook a2. And at some point I will have to sacrifice.
Now only, yeah.
f4, a8, queen, rook takes 8, rook takes 8, king.
King h3. No?
King h3 is losing. Actually, rook a8 check.
King g2.
Okay, also draw. Yeah, you're right. Just f3 and no, f3 h4. Yeah, f3 h4 is a cool trick. But you first start with king takes h2 simply, and yeah, f3. This is a draw. So we might. Actually, we might be following that variation as g5 was played. Pragnananda is 1 minute on the clock, but obviously he doesn't have to be worried about the clock situation right now. Yes, and Arvind is in sole lead if Pragnananda does not win the game, which is going to be quite likely. Because this rook endgame, as we are discussing, is king a8 played. Doesn't exactly change a whole lot. Because I think we can still start with king g4 and after a7 go rook b2 to transpose into that line. Wow. So, Weiss is still on 50%.
Yeah.
After this draw. He had a shaky start with 2 losses. Yesterday, he was also in trouble against Gurel, but he is very tenacious when he's defending. I think his best skills is definitely defending, but I think maybe, if you wanted to win like this event, maybe time is definitely one of the things that he could time management improve upon, because when you have low time and your opponent is putting pressure, it makes defending very difficult.
Which today happened.
For
Wei
sure.
was
On the
lost
verge.
couple of times.
Yep.
But my point is that when a player repeatedly gets into time trouble, there is definitely something that is missing in his play. Like, I think the top trainers had said that getting into time trouble regularly is a sign of bad chess culture. Because why would you get into time pressure? You can, if you think well, you won't get into it. So, somewhere I think...
but there are a few players, like, they're perfect. They love to be perfectionists. Like Grishchuk comes to mind exactly, who loves playing under time pressure. There are not that many at the top level.
Yeah.
But there are a few who do this. But I definitely, and I think many of the players would agree with me that having more time and putting your opponent under pressure is a very strong quality that we should inculcate from players like Gukesh, for example.
True. By the way, Tushar Damor says Ding Liren in World Championship also was taking a lot of time.
Okay. interesting observation. Yeah, G4 and
Harshit bhai, today you have to do some push-ups or draw?
yeah, draw. Oh, draw, agreed, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. And oh yeah, I think Arvind is Prague is asking, yeah, like was I not better like if I did something like, you know? And maybe Vei also agrees, yeah?
I like way how calmly he answers, and yeah, both thorough gentlemen there.
In this tournament, what I've really enjoyed by all the players is regardless of the result, they're always analyzing. You saw even Anish after he lost today with the white
No,
pieces.
Anish always.
I
I've
mean-
never seen Anish get super upset.
No, but that's a quality I am definitely going to try to learn from these top players, because sometimes, you know, when you lose a game, you just get very disheartened, and sometimes you just want to, like, you know, leave and be alone. But these players definitely make me realize that it's not about the result. It's about learning something from the game, and it's great to see this quality from all these top players.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at today's results in the Masters section. We have Prague and Vei drawing. 3 decisive games. Sam beating Liam. Arvind beating Anish, clearly the game of the day. And Ediz, the 16-year-old, scoring his first win of a super tournament against Van Goghen. David Navarra drew against Vincent Keimer. And for the standings, let's have a look here. Arvind Chidambaram takes sole lead with 5 out of 7, pumping up his elo to 2,745 or something.
Unbelievable.
Prague
is 4.5
point
He's-
behind.
I mean, you know, like maybe it just takes one game. Like one
Yeah.
game Arvind draws and Prague wins, and suddenly maybe we saw Gukesh versus Pragnananda in the Vaikanse tiebreaks. Maybe we will get to see Arvind versus Pragnananda, but here the tiebreak system is a bit complicated, so we'll.
But they are saying, like, I just confirmed there will be playoffs for the top place.
I am
And-
definitely all in for that.
Well, with the way Arvind is going, maybe we
Maybe it won't
see
happen,
it.
yeah.
But Sam Shankland, Vei, Vincent Keimer and Ediz Gurel
All
all
on
on
50%.
3.5. And Liam, David, Anish on 3, Van Goghen on 2.5.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And in the challenges, we still have stuff going on. We haven't yet completed all the games. Just to tell you that Nodirbek won his game against Salgado, and Bayer actually beat Divya. So they both continue their lead with a phenomenal score of 5.5.
Unbelievable. Yep.
Just like Arvind. And no, Arvind is on 5, sorry. Makun Stamatis is still going on. It seems like the engine evaluates this as equal, but you never know, yeah, what will happen here.
Yeah, it's a complicated position, but quite likely to end in a draw.
Yeah.
And the final game of Finnek versus Stalmack, as we discussed, is very, very equal because of the opposite colored bishops and its drawing tendency. And both kings are quite relatively safe. So I'm expecting this game to end in a draw as well. And yeah, what a day. Definitely the highlight of the day being Arvind versus, Anish versus Arvind.
Yeah, it's long day, but I think it's a good time for us to call it a night.
Yes.
Thank you all for...
And also thanks for all the people here coming and joining. It was great fun, Sagar bhai. Maza aa gaya.
It was amazing day. And also a big shout out to our directors here for doing a phenomenal job of this stream, for making sure that it all
Maza aa gaya.
flows beautifully. And we'll see you all for the last 2 rounds. This tournament is wide open, although Arvind has already put one hand to the trophy.
Yes.
But let's see whether he can get his second hand.
Let's see.
See
you
all.
guys tomorrow.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.